I thought you look really good. I wish.
There he is.
Hey,
Hi.
How's everybody? You guys
How are you?
all shared the day together. haven't
We're already to agenda number
Hmm.
5.
you? Oh, you're the best.
He didn't see that it was 500 and something pages long.
Yeah, that was.
about half of that was just numbers in computer run.
I haven't read all of them.
Did you? Good job.
They were very informative.
I know that was gonna be.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay,
Two of them last.
it's a few minutes past 5, so we want to go ahead and call this city council work meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everybody who's come here tonight. I'm Mayor Rick Rosenberg. We have present a full council tonight, Councilman Jarrett Waite, Councilman Denny Drake, Councilwoman Krista Hinton, Councilwoman Lena Mathis, and Councilman Ben Shakespeare, all here and present. We'd like to begin the meeting with just open it up for general citizen public comments. Has anyone come to address the council tonight on anything that's not part of an agenda item? Okay, I guess there's none. So we'll go ahead and proceed into the working agenda council. Item 3A, general business. First item is a culinary master plan update. Dustin?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've contracted with Sunrise Engineering. Nate Wallentyne is here. He's assisted with this master plan update along with his associate Maury Gross. I'm just going to start going through a few things, and if you'd like to stop and ask questions, let me know. We're using a 4% growth rate for the 20-year planning period. Even though we're at a 6, we've gone with a 4. That's what we've done on the other master plan updates. We are using 483 gallons per ERU for the connections, which is down from our 10-year average of 554 gallons per ERU due to conservation efforts. Moving into water rights. We currently have a surplus of 587 acre feet in our water rights. In 10 years, we have a 356 acre foot deficit. And at build out, we have a 2,579 acre feet deficit. Water source capacity currently has a surplus of 227 gallons per minute. 10-year has a deficit of 942 gallons per minute. And our 20-year has a deficit of 3,698 gallons per minute. Water storage currently has a surplus of 2.2 million gallons. 10-year, we have a surplus of 1.3 million gallons. And 20-year, we have a deficit of 630,000 gallons. Water treatment, we have no necessary upgrades in our water treatment. Snow Canyon treats our water at the base of Snow Canyon as we pump it out of our wells in Snow Canyon. We have a small chlorination building up at our South Hills tank where we boost the level to 1 part per million. So we have no recommended upgrades there. Moving on to, if you'll go to page 25, Brock. These are recommended culinary system improvements. Water rights, consult with a water rights professional to ensure all the water rights and agreements are protected. I've already had my first kickoff meeting with them along with Nate. They've started the study to go in and make sure that we do have that our water rights that we have are protected. And what we do have, there is enough surplus for this new well that we'd like to research and drill. Number 2, in water source capacity, we recommend a new well. Water storage capacity, a new 1 million gallon tank. And I've got more to talk about on that later. Water treatment, continue to monitor chlorine residuals in the system. Brock, if you can go to the map, it shows our system improvements.
What page do you?
Let's see. At nearly the very end, it doesn't have a page number. It's right after the zoning map. Right there. Go to the next one, please. Just scroll back up just a little bit, show that blue line. Okay, this blue line is showing where our wells are in Snow Canyon and going to the entrance into Snow Canyon Park. We have a water tank there. It's recommended in the Snow Canyon Compact that if we ever run 6 and 7 together, that we need to put in our own pipeline. The pipeline's at capacity. They've not asked us to do that, and we run well 6 and 7 all the time. The reason we're looking at putting this in the master plan update is if we end up having to do a well in Snow Canyon, that line will be required. We have just scroll down a little bit more, Brock. On North Town Road and Hamlin Parkway, it shows there that light blue line. We have a 12-inch line we need to make a connection with right there just to build the pressure in our system. We've carried that 12-inch line all the way up through Village on the Heights, Blackhawk or Tuscany condominiums, just to keep the pressure sustainable all around the city. That's a connection that needs made. On our north border, our 16-inch line comes out of Snow Canyon. We have a small 10-inch PRV that is now at max capacity with the usage that we have. We need to enlarge that to a 12-inch pressure reducing valve. And then, of course, I've got the upsize of the water line on Vineyard Drive from 6-inch to 8-inch. That covers our upgrades that are necessary for a total project cost of $9.1 million. Now, jumping back to the 1 million gallon tank, we're probably okay through the 20-year period. So we have an option to take that out. And I think Nate and myself feels that we could probably make it within the 20-year period. So I've also had a readjusted impact fee for you to look at once we get to that point. That'll show a lower impact fee with that 1 million gallon tank taken out. So on page 28, Brock, it's showing that we need a rate increase of $10.40 per ERU to have the funds to do these projects. On page 30, Brock. This is just touching on our water rate structure. The city should have a rate schedule that will result in revenues that will provide the necessary culinary water system improvements as recommended in this plan and maintain the current level of O&M. The base and overage rate should be examined each year to ensure that enough revenue is being generated to cover the expenses. All 6 structures are designed to have an average bill of $51.85 an ERU per month. The first only, if you'll go to the base rates, there's our current base rate there, or water rates right there, 80 cents for 5,000 to 9,000. We have a base rate of $32, and then on up 9,000 to 16 is $1.33, and you can see the rate increases there. So if you'll go to the next page, Brock, one more. Okay, we've got 6 possible rate structures here. I'm just going to run through what they recommend. The first only increases the base rate, stays with our same water rate. The second increases the average rates, and the third is a combination of increased base rate and overage rates. These keep the current 5,000 gallons that is included with the existing base rate. The next 3 options follow the same pattern as the previous 3, but do not include any water with the base rate. The average bill was determined using average monthly water use of approximately 14,700 gallons, which is based on the historical usage of 483 gallons per day. The way to confirm that the average rate produced will cover annual expenses is to implement the structure and evaluate the results after a full year of use. Now, I just want to discuss these base rates with you. In front of you, I've given you this sheet right here. It's comparable of all the other cities in the county. The top 2 boxes show where we sit right now. Right now, we're number 5 in the county with our current rate. And with our proposed change to meet $51.85, it would move us to number 4, highest in the county. Tokerville, Laverca, and Ivans ahead of us. Keep in mind that us and Tokerville right now are the only ones currently including any water in our base rate. We're giving them 5,000 gallons right out of the gate. So these first 3 rate structures are including that 5,000 gallons in the base rate. And in talking to some of my senior staff, it seems that we would like to get away from that and charge them right out of the gate. So with rate number 4, you can see that's our same water rate, 80 cents, starts out at 80 cents on up $1.33, raising the base rate to 37.25. Rate structure number 5 is just a hair higher, but the same base rate, $1.15 on up to $1.68. So not a huge increase in keeping the same base rate. And structure number 6 is raising the base rate to 34.15, starting out at $1 per thousand. To the right of those, it shows the average rate based on usage. So that's what the average user would be paying monthly for that water. I also want you to keep in mind that the 9,000 to 16,000 is probably the most crucial area that we need to look at, what the residents are going to be paying, especially with the new surcharge implemented by the county, where existing users are going to be hit at $1 per thousand and new users are going to be hit at $10 per thousand over their allotment, which I'm not exactly sure on that number. I'll have to get back to you. I think it was, do you know, Rick, was it 12,000 or 14,000 monthly before they get hit with that surcharge?
On the existing residents that paid their water impact fee prior to January 1st, those homes over 36,000 gallons. And then they'll hit the $1,000 per thousand after that. And then on new ones, it depends on if they have culinary and secondary. And it's going to be structured during the winter months. I believe it's 8,000 gallons. And then during the summer months, they get up to 15,000 gallons. If that's all you have is culinary for your inside and outside use. If you have secondary for your outside use, you get 8,000 gallons every single month throughout the entire year.
Okay.
So
what we're kind of looking at is if we have a higher rate for the water, it's going to promote conservation. So we could keep the same base rate, raise the rate a little bit, and promote conservation, which is ultimately what we need to do. Any comments or questions so far?
Just on that is, I understand that, but is it justified to raise the rate? I mean, and we have to justify the actual cost to charge residents, not just we want to force conservation or.
I think we're justifying with the improvements that are necessary.
Yeah. I guess that's the question. If it's justified in our, I think we can certainly charge the rate, but if we're just saying to force conservation, and Matt, I'd be interested. I don't think legally we can do that, can we?
Well, it's justified that we need the 50, at least a minimum bill of 5185 to cover these improvements.
Yeah. No, and Ben, the reason for the rate increase is not, as Dustin said, it will create conservation, but that's not why to raise the rates or to discuss it. It's about being able to fund the improvements and projects that we have coming forward. So it's just, that's just a product that will happen as the rates go up, conservation will happen.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. I just think if that's, I think the language we need to share, if so my only question on this is the growth out. Is this making assumptions that we're going to annex land, or do we actually have that amount to grow in the city?
Mm-hmm.
We can 2.5 times your ERUs are going from 2,700 to 17,000, and we've got that inside the city.
Mm-hmm.
17,000?
Because of Black Desert, isn't that right? Is it?
That sounds way high.
That's what I thought. We didn't have room to double, barely had room to double. And yet we're
Black Desert's 3196 and we're sitting at 2,700.
Utility connections were a little like 3,100 connections.
So that's like 7,000.
So you're looking at the 40-year estimate to get to that. And we're working on a 20-year estimate for this, right?
But isn't the accounts to go out that far? Isn't that what we're pulling our budget numbers for the rate increase?
For the 20-year.
Yeah, we're looking at the 20-year right now. I thought I read somewhere in there where build out is projected to be 27, almost 28,000 residents. If you go back to that chart, projecting build out around 2050. So the 2062, and that would have to be annexing land or something to get that far. We're on page 4 of the master plan, that chart. So they're saying that build out will be around 10,500 ERUs. But that is what, almost 3 times what we have now.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. And Dustin, do you know, and maybe it's a question for Nate as well, in the study, did we take into account the South Hills, the entire, that was not, okay,
Oh, that does-
Black Desert is though.
okay.
So if we move forward to the impact fee. With all those included projects, $3,283. We're currently at 1963, I believe. Now, if we opt to take out the water tank, that would go to 2,818. Yeah, we're currently at 1973. So an increase of 1310. Any more thoughts on the water rates?
Well, we're using a per capita or population per ERU of like 2.68. But the census, the 2020 census had us up over 3 capita per ERU. I'm just wondering, we're using a lower number.
Can you help answer that?
You need to come up,
Or
Nathan,
grab a mic.
or grab a mic off a table over there.
We based ERUs off of usage. Population didn't really come into play. It's connections versus usage, and that's how the ERUs are calculated.
So the average usage per household determine the ERU.
Yes.
So population number is just there for giggles, but it consistent.
The population kind of helps you with your growth numbers, projecting present, past, and what you're going to see in the future. So that's kind of why we like to include the population data in there.
You don't account for any projected conservation then. You're using the same rate going forward. on
We have
residential units.
projected using the same rate going forward. I think there's a chart in there that shows that it has decreased over the last 20 years pretty consistently.
Mhm.
And we could do some type of curve to drop it down. It's not quite as conservative. It's a little bit more conservative if we flatline it, and where you change where you're supposed to update it every 5 years. We haven't seen that decrease in usage make a huge impact on things.
Okay. Because I know one of the goals going forward is a 1% reduction every year, even on the existing usage that's going out there. So this would be conservative as far as you're designing your system and years when they'd be required. Any concerns from like the home builders or any of them to challenge that?
I reached out to him and Maury, said I'll review it and give you some comments back if needed. I invited her to the meeting.
You haven't heard anything back from her?
No.
Council, other questions?
What's our current impact fee now, Dustin?
1973.
And you're proposing to 32 is kind of where this brings it in at 30.
Or we take the tank out and it's 28.18. Which we're comfortable that we could make it with that tank. We have such a surplus right now.
It's hard because we produce so much of our own water. And yet we pay the same impact fee to the county. And now we get hit with the impact fee here as well. You know, you get a 13,000 or whatever it is now with the Conservancy, and then you throw another 3 here, you're 16 or 17,000 just for a water impact fee on a building permit.
Right.
And that would be a townhome. That would be any.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously water's our most important thing, but just some thoughts there.
On a lot of these new developments, though, we're requiring the secondary system, so they do get the 50% break.
Yeah. This is just specific to culinary.
Mhm.
This has nothing to do with what's being proposed, but if we get secondary to some of our major users, I think Santa Clara Elementary is a big one.
Mhm.
You had said originally it gets us close with a new well. We're close to what we need. And your deficits that you've got, adding the new well, if that does come through,
Mhm.
and taking that off, you think we'll be really close to.
Yes. During the summer months, though, we'll still need to buy that district water in peak demand,
And when your demand exceeds the average. then
or when your wells go down.
Yeah.
Redundancy for the whole system.
Mhm.
What was the cost of getting the secondary access to the school district?
We're gonna go over that next. This is just culinary.
That's the next item.
Okay, I have one more question. Brock, did you say that the surcharge for existing homes starts at excess of 36,000?
Yeah, so an existing home that has paid their water impact fee at the district prior to January 1, 2023, they would be on the old, which would be, they would be allotted 36,000 gallons a month. And so not till after that would they be hit with a excess water surcharge. And that is $1 per thousand.
And our average is 14,000,
Correct.
correct?
What's your thoughts on including water in the base rate? Anybody for or against that?
I just would like to ask why your staff is against that. What's the benefit to not having water in the base rate?
Feels like we're giving it away.
Yeah.
Feel like people should pay out of the gate. It's becoming like gold.
I think you've given some good options, and I think whatever we do, we just need to have a clear understanding what it is and what the number comes out for, like, and you've got it all here. It's probably my own fault for not spending more time looking at it. I was telling the mayor, I got a letter from our neighboring city this week on their stormwater. Now they've just taken an ERU of ERU for stormwater is now, it used to be 1 ERU and they'd give you 2 for commercial and you'd pay the $450 per ERU.
Mhm.
Well, they've decided to look at it on a square footage. Well, they've flown the entire city and their base ERU is 2,000 square feet. I have no idea where they came up with this, because that would make and they're saying that's the average home in the city. And it's home, driveway, garage, any hardscape you have in there, and they're going to assess you now for every 2,000 square feet you have.
Mhm.
Well, that took our commercial building, which, keep in mind, you store stormwater on your site anyway, from $18 a month to Mayor, I was wrong because there's 2 users at ours. it's $139.50 per side. It's $280 a month. For storm, for a monthly
I
charge.
had Trevor sitting at our table
Oh,
waiting for you to show
I
up.
meet with Jay next Thursday. I said, I don't want to be the guy that brings pain to your city, but I don't think you guys thought this through very well. It put Dollar Tree at $2,000 or $3,000, Family Dollar at $2,000 or $3,000 a month. So I don't, and that has not, again, I just, as we go through this and some of what those charges become for major users and that, I start thinking for businesses and things like that get in. Again, we want to encourage business and some of those use water and just how we charge, and we need to collect what you need in there and I have no problem with the impact fee, and I think that's an easy way to get that taken care of. But when it gets to the rates, just because this isn't the only thing. I mean, you're looking at sewer and storm drain and power and everything else to make sure we're really looking at it the best possible way. And I don't know what that is. And maybe it is charging right out of the gate and keeping the base rate it is. Maybe it's not, but those are just my thoughts that we really need to put some thought as we move forward and understand that what our build out is and what we intend to do and plan for those accordingly and make sure we've got the right calculations like Mayor, we're just figuring it right out of the gate. And so that would be my only advice on this.
I think if you look at the 5185 that we need to recover, all 6 structures are going to do that. It's a matter of, do we want to do it in the base rate or do we want to do it in the cost of the water? All of them will work.
And I think it's the same thing when we talk about this in our solar. You've got to have the base rate to cover your infrastructure. That's what's, I mean, regardless, I go and shut the water off to my home, you've still got lines ran to my home that are going to have to, so I think the base rate is, I agree with the base rate. And if that needs to go up a bit, I think that's a good way to start.
How would you feel about keeping the same water rate and raising the base rate? And it's not that much. $5.
Personally, I'd rather see that,
And
but that's,
keep in mind, we keep having to raise this base rate 10 cents a month just because of the district's increase. And that's just been annual for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, we will see that every year.
June.
Usually July 1, they
Mhm.
will charge us another 10 cents per thousand. So usually we came back and just added that as increased each tier by that 10 cents.
And we do make a little money for the city when we do that because it's excess money.
well, we've got infrastructure that we have to pay for. So, I mean, we're seeing it right here.
Going on right there.
Yeah. So.
I got another list of more.
Well, and I'm just one of the 5, but I think it's better in the base rate, but I don't know, maybe it's better the other way. And when you encourage those with no landscape and things like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the other way to look at it is you're going to promote conservation with a little higher rate.
I agree. If you're going to use a lot of water, then you can pay the higher rate for it, and people who want to conserve will benefit from not paying.
So
for it.
you'd lean more towards the same base rate and the higher water rate?
Yes.
How much higher? The $1.15? That's the one I'm kind of leaning to if that's the direction we go.
I mean,
Number 5.
Yeah, number 5. That's the same base rate, just the next highest scale from 80 cents to $1.15.
Yeah, but you've taken the water out of the base rate on 5, right?
Yeah.
No water
No
included.
water included in the last 3.
Yeah, and I'm more on the end of raising the base rate.
Say that again?
I'm more on the end of raising the base rate. Because you could have a home that just doesn't use a whole lot of water. It's a vacation home. And I mean, my neighbors behind me, they're there twice a year, literally. And so it'd be better to recover in a base rate from them when they're not using hardly any water most of the year. I mean, I guess they water their yard and stuff, but that's why I prefer to raise the base rate.
And they're not huge base rate increases. It's not like that's $10
Right.
or $20. It's a few dollars. We're not asking for much on that.
Is this a one time? Are you proposing that it get raised incrementally over the
No.
next few years?
One time and then, you look at it annually. If it's not covering what we need to do operations and maintenance and these projects that could be coming our way, we'll have to raise it again.
So those lower users, those users like Jared's neighbor, they would see a $20 a month increase
If you raise the base rate.
when they're not there, not using much water. They're still going to see a $20 a month increase.
Don't
Well,
all of these have the base rate increased?
Which one?
Don't all of these scenarios have an increase in base rate?
No, number 5 is the same. And number 2
Look at this.
is the same.
Okay,
But the difference with number 1, 2, and 3 is that we're giving them water. We're giving them the first 5,000 gallons in that base rate. The other 3, they get no water in the base rate.
So Jared, are you suggesting to go to 6?
Yeah, I think I would like 6 or 4 for the possible rate structures. And yeah, I think on including water in the base rate, I don't imagine our residents even realize that's a benefit they get in their base rate. And it's not like in power, we give them the first whatever for including the base rate. I think this just cleans it up, makes it pretty simple to figure out your bill. So yeah, I prefer 4, 5, or 6, and specifically 4 or 6.
How do the rest feel about you about no water in the base rate?
I agree with no water in the base rate.
I like no water in the base rate.
Ben?
You're comfortable with the numbers. What I don't want is also we make a drastic change on how we bill and our bills move drastically right out of the gate. So as long as we have an understanding of, I guess if you're $1.15 per thousand is what you're saying. And we're giving them 5,000 right now, you're talking just under $6.
Mhm.
That correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So leave the base rate and charge. Is that what you're thinking? Or I guess we're,
One way to look at it is if you go to the average cost based on usage, they don't change a lot. They're not going to see a huge increase over the 41.85 now that they're paying in that first tier.
Mhm.
Are we going to include the Water Conservancy's surcharge in that rate? We're going to add that when it comes.
Yeah, that's a
Do
whole.
they
separate-
bill or do they bill us and we bill?
We bill and give it to them and keep, I think, 5%, right, Brock? For
On the-
administrative, on the surcharge.
It, on the older homes that have the 36,000, I think it's 5%. And then on the new ones, it's 10%, I believe is what it is. Because the new ones with their whole tier between whether it's winter months versus summer months and spring months where it changes, it's a little more complicated with the system and billing. So that's why they're giving a little bit higher for that one.
And I do like that box where it says average rate based on usage. You can see like in table 4, if your average user is about 14,000, they're going to be spending about 180. On table 5, on rate 5, they're going to spend about 195, and table 6 about 187. So if we don't want like a big jump in people's bills, you would do 4 or 6. You can make the argument, well, we're not raising our water rates. It's just the base rate 4. So if you do want to raise water rates, then you'd probably go with 6.
To generate the revenue though, you're looking for, you almost have to go to 6, don't you?
Say that again?
To generate the revenue.
They all get us there. All 6 rate structures.
They all meet the
get us there.
5185 that we need.
It's just how do we want to bill our customers?
what are your thoughts, Dustin, between those two, 4 and 6?
It's almost sixes. You keep the same water rate and raise the base rate. You raise the water rate. And keep the same base or vice versa.
Well, yeah, rate number 6 is like a blend. So you're raising water rates a little bit and the base rate a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 4 is just all base rate.
And maybe 6 is the way to go. You kind of do a blend of both.
Mhm.
It's not,
I like that.
Justin, how come between like looking at 5 and 6 and you look at the bigger users? Like on 5, the usage rate under the 30,000 to 45,000 is 281. On 6, 30 to 45 is 266. But it starts
It's-
out less and then I guess it stays less. And you just pick up that extra $2 in the base.
Yeah, it's just, a different rate structure to choose from. Start them out a little bit lower than you would on 5. And a higher base rate.
I mean, I know when you get to those higher tiers, I mean, as I've shared with Dustin before and looking at a lot of some other rate structures throughout the state, a lot of them, I mean, we have a tier up to now 45,000 before we went even higher. A lot of places, and even looking at like 36,000 is the thing, like, pardon me, we should, and our average is 14. Those higher users, to me, should be a much higher penalty. You get to that point, and maybe the top of our straight structure is the 36,000. There isn't a tier above that because that's the goal of the district, to the state that has set for us on existing homes to get to. And so, I mean, there's some that, I mean, you get above, there's some I've seen, and you can even in the county, Springdale's one in particular. I mean, like, you get to that 30,000, you're paying like $10 per thousand.
Cokerville stops at 20 and they're to $8 per thousand. Ivans stops at 30. There's 503 per thousand.
so when we don't have this in our city, but again, when you get into commercial businesses that require water and you're trying to provide good paying economic jobs that, that are in that manufacturing and things like that. Do they look at that differently, or are they just hitting them and we're just, discourage anyone from bringing a business here that's going to use a lot of water, I guess, even if they're high paying? It just,
Well, I think they can also tier it by a number of employees. You could base, like they do in the industrial park out there, if I bring 24 employees in, that I get a rate decrease in what I pay. So you could almost, of course, it requires a whole different billing and look at it. But I mean, if the benefit to the business coming in is greater than the water usage, to me, we ought to be able to make some adjustments.
and I don't know if we have that, but I know right around us on Fort Pierce, you've
Yeah.
got
For the
processing plants. And I mean, you've got some big water users that have really good paying jobs, and you're almost like, geez, they're gonna head out to Arkansas where there's a lot more water. And well, if you look at those rates,
90% of our commercials on a 1-inch meter.
yeah,
They're looking at 200 a month. Harmon's are on a 2-inch meter. You're looking at 418 a month on average.
yeah.
It's not too bad for a business that size.
Yeah, and I don't think we'd have the problem. Again, I'm looking at this because we're trying to solve it countywide and just trying to look at this. And
Mhm.
yeah, we're still trying to provide, high paying jobs and things like that. So just trying to find that balance. We don't have it here. I think what you've presented is excellent. But from the county side, that's something
Yeah,
they've got to look
no.
at on the bigger
Definitely.
picture.
I just wonder is if we get to the bigger users and exceed that 36,000, if we ought to have a penalty on our rates as well as what the district's charging on the surcharge. They're bumping it $1.
That's gonna be tough on a resident if we have one and the county has one.
How many do we have that are more than 45 or 36,000?
Not that many monthly, not that many.
5, 10,
I'd have
20?
to have the numbers run for you.
Are any of them sitting up here? Just asking.
Yeah, secondary, I think.
I'm on secondary.
Any comments, Danny, from you on this rate?
Well, I believe we maintain the base rate and do it with the water fee. To me, it's, we want to cover our base and then charge the users. And to me, that's what we need to do. So I would probably go with number 6 in my mind.
Blend it.
It sounds like the group is unanimous about number 6.
What about modifying the tiers slightly?
In what way? Rate tier 6?
Mm-hmm. Well, just the tiers in general. I mean, if our average is 14, maybe you still keep it to 16, but maybe most of the other cities, I mean, their tiers are to 15,000. And then once you hit 30,000, I mean, their rates start to jump pretty significantly. And I think that's more in line with the surcharge that they're going to get also. So if we're going to make a change, what would we not want to consider looking at our tiers too?
Sure, we can.
I thought.
Would you recommend the cap being higher,
I
Than
think-
36?
stopping at 45 or stopping at 36?
Stopping it lower.
Yeah.
Just cut 'em off at
36,
Mhm,
36?
mhm,
at least run a scenario.
mhm.
Or you could just mirror St. George's, their tiers.
Yeah, going to
Okay.
15.
Yeah. 7,500 to 15. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's true.
Anything else?
I think the good thing about doing it without raising the base rate is we do have a lot of people that have been here a long time.
Mhm.
And the infrastructure that's now being required is not part of their duty. It's part of those that are coming. And so to me, keeping the base rate the same and then looking at the user fee is, to me, a much better way of doing it.
Okay. So how do you feel about the impact fee? Would you like to take the tank out? Go for the 2,800?
If you can't justify the tank, you need to take it out.
Well, that's,
It's
Depends on
like
what
on the
growth
edge,
does.
right?
you may all of a sudden need it, then you may be okay.
And I'd love to have more storage, but we need to be able to justify the additional storage.
Well, I think that we're getting shortchanged in the way they allocate the impact fee anyway.
Mhm.
To me, I would certainly want to see O&M costs included in the impact fee rather than just brick and mortar. We have to use
Yeah.
50% of it for brick and mortar, and we can't use any of it for O&M costs. We
Yeah.
have to hire new police, new water people, new firemen,
Mhm.
and yet the one that's causing the impact doesn't have to participate in that.
Yeah, I agree.
And to me, it's just a matter of, I believe we need to make sure that the impact fee is enough to benefit the city in that we're going to have to do those things.
Mhm.
New tank, new water lines,
Well,
new well.
So Dustin, if we build that tank, that can't store water long term, right? It has to,
it'd have to be in the system and be able to cycle.
yeah. So I think I'd want to just take it out of the
Initial.
initial, yeah.
Is everybody fine with that? Okay. Any other comments, changes you'd like to see in this before I bring it back? Okay,
Okay. Anything else, council, on the water? Thanks, Dustin.
that was the easy one.
Yeah.
Boy,
Bring
time
the
flies.
sandwiches.
Okay, moving on to secondary. Same as culinary, we're using 4% for a 20-year planning period. Water rights. We currently have a 460 acre, 1 acre feet surplus. 10-year, we have a surplus of 270 acre feet. 20-year, we have a deficit of 501 feet or 501 acre feet.
Dustin, is this assuming every new connection is getting secondary service?
Every new connection is getting secondary,
Well, the ERU.
because that's not guaranteed.
I know, but you're projecting the same growth rate as your culinary. But we're not gonna give a service to every one of those ERUs.
True. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
I think that's on page 5, like what's included, right? So I'm not sure what projects 1 through 5 are, but Solace, and then you've got Black Desert.
Solace is a new subdivision that's going to be coming on anytime that all has secondary connections at each lot. And then Black Desert, we have that big 12-inch line up there. We'd run it through there also. Those are the two main developments that are going to be using the majority of this secondary water.
Do you know what projects 1 through 5 are on that?
He's probably talking about the projects.
Yeah, I'm
described in the-
going to start on the projects next. If you'll go to 12, Brock.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So when I presented this before, we presented the projects and it was with borrowing the money. And the direction I got from council was, let's break them up into phases. Do them a year at a time, every other year, something like that. Project number 1 is a fairly easy project and would take one of the biggest water users off of culinary water, and that's the Chapel on Rising Avenue. So we would take a line from Malaga, run it right up to the chapel and hook them in. Project number 2, I know we've talked about this in the past, is 8-inch irrigation line down Crestview Drive to get the Crestview Elementary online, which is it is our top user. We've got a huge development down off Country Lane in Malaga called Villa Bonita. They're also one of our highest users of culinary water. It'd be an 8-inch line down Malaga from Arrowhead into Villa Bonita subdivision. With Robert Smith's development, Desert's Edge, he's already brought a line up 400 East and under Hamlin Parkway to Northtown Road. I'd like to continue that down and get all that landscaping that's watered with culinary inside and outside the developments, all the landscape strips along that road. And Rachel Drive's all watered with culinary. And those 2 vacation rental units up there are, I think, number 4 and 5 on our list as the highest users. And then Sycamore Drive, we've got those large lots out there. Some of them are watered from a line down at the river, but the rest of it never got ran in there. That would take care of our 5 largest users in the city right here in these 5 projects. Any questions on those?
Just one on the Rising Chapel. If at some point that it's mandated to have a desert scape there and that comes off, would they run their irrigation around that building on secondary with just drip, or would they run their drip off culinary?
No, we would make them run the drip off of secondary.
Okay. That pretty common?
Oh, yeah. If it's available,
Yeah.
we want every piece of landscape watered with secondary if we can.
Does it take a unique dripper or anything? I mean,
Well, that's most landscape. And the reason I ask this is most landscapers I talk to are recommending it because it plugs up the emitters. And so I don't know if maybe
It was that way in the beginning, but since they have this filter station there by our city yard, we don't have any complaints anymore of clogging up.
okay.
What was your question, Jared?
oh, I was just curious if it takes any sort of special equipment to do drip irrigation with.
Some people will put in a small filtering system.
Okay,
Like, we have them on our cemetery in Goobler Park. We put them on there just because it's, it's an 8-inch line.
okay.
Total cost on those projects is 1.175. If you look at project 136,000, Crestview's the biggest one there at 505, Bill Bonita 99, Northtown 309, Sycamore Drive 124. They're very doable projects.
Are these even eligible for impact fee?
Very, I think it was 15% is impact fee eligible on these is all because it's not new development.
Right.
That's the downside of it. So in this study, one residential connection is used to one ERU. Then we've got 7 other connections and they're large size meters, 1.5, 2 inch, 3 inch. That puts those other 7 connections equal to 46.3 ERUs per connection because of the meter size and because of their usage. So with that being said, we need a monthly user rate of $24 per ERU. In the other connections, the larger ones, the schools, the churches, they're on these larger meters to be 1,111 monthly.
That's a question. Do we know how much culinary water would be saved by servicing the elementary and the church as far as gallonage or?
I don't have those numbers with me, but I've got them up in my office. I've done all that math before, but
That could be significant in the cost of running the lines if we are able to use less culinary to do that.
absolutely.
Were those savings taken into consideration in our culinary master plan? So the 5 projects you've outlined here, if they were to go to secondary and we have the savings in the culinary, were they taken into consideration for the culinary plan?
We didn't take the irrigation improvements into consideration with the secondary because we weren't sure what is going to happen in the future. And so, especially with a new startup, I mean, there's only 10 homes on it. And so it needs a little bit of time to grow and see what's going to happen. And then from there, that's the ultimate hope, is that it will decrease the culinary water usage.
And realistically, that would just mean we don't need as much from the district, or we don't need the well as soon or whatever, but I think we'd still need it eventually either way with growth.
So jumping into the water rate, I want you to look at the current one on page 16. Oh, you've got it. Now this water rate is only for our other 7 connections, being the parks that we water with the city water. You can see it's 74 cents, 9,000 through 16,000, $22 base rate. Very, very low. The only other comparison we've got is the Rome subdivision. So when that was set up, when the city took that over, we're losing a lot of money on that. We're charging $16.68 a month, and we've given them allotment. We did the square footage of ground that was going to be irrigated down there. If they go over that allotment, it's $1.68 per thousand. I think we've had one user that ever went over his allotment. Like the allotments are between 200 and 300,000 gallons annually. So that's just not working out. We're not making any money on that at all.
Did they pay a base rate?
$16.68 is all. So if we go into these rate structures that we're proposing, two possible base rates. What you're gonna notice right off the bat is it's really, really promoting residential use, the 3/4 and the 1-inch meters. It's making it very affordable. On the right, it shows what the average monthly bill would be. Rate 1 is $29.88, rate 2 is $24.43. And then you look at the jump of what it's gonna hit these larger users with. But you take into account, you have Crestview Elementary that's just using an obscene amount of water, and for what? You know, that's what's killing us. And we need to meet that 1,111 to be able to afford these projects.
Is all the secondary metered?
Yeah. Oh,
They're
yeah.
all metered.
Mhm.
Okay.
Canal Company and city owned. Everything's metered. So you've got rate structure 1, starts out a little bit higher. 75 cents for 0 to a 5,000. Both have base rates of $20. And then you've got rate structure 2 that is 25 cents per thousand starting out, going on up. Then it changes a little bit as you get into the rate structure 1 is the same all the way through every meter size. And then rate structure 2, it's going to hit these higher users with a little bit higher, $1.25 per thousand. Because that's really where we need to promote conservation, is we need to get every residence to want to hook up, whether it's through the city or through the canal company. You know, where 60% of the water that you're using is outdoor irrigation.
So you're proposing at 75 cents per thousand. Isn't our culinary just, I mean, you're what, just 25 cents, 35 cents less per thousand now? Per secondary, so your secondary ultimately is gonna cost not too far off what your culinary is costing.
I ran some numbers on that. And right now, at the average usage of 8,000 gallons a month on secondary, you're going to be about 47.50 versus on culinary, you're 124. That's going off our existing rate structure now on culinary. So it's under 50%, and that's what most other cities have done, is they've kept it in that 50 to 60% range. That's residential. Get into these bigger users though, it's, you know, that's going to change.
Yeah.
What size pipe does the elementary school have?
I believe there are 2.
2-inch?
I think the only thing we've got at 3 that is Lava Ridge intermediate.
And they're already on secondary, right?
But they've been, you know, paying a water bill of $330 a month. It just doesn't, it's not enough.
Just so the conversation's been with everyone that has the water rights to bring them to the city. The city can maintain them. We can keep them, everything else. The pushback from the residents has been, well, if we get them to the city, we're going to be paying a lot more for water, which is true. This is going to be, I mean, if most are paying what, a couple $100 a year for irrigation.
Well, if they own a share, they're not even paying that unless they go over their allotment of what one share is equal to, which is 1.3 million gallons. They're not going to go over that.
Well, but
So-
they get billed pumping costs for everything over the percentage haircut that they use.
And we were at 30% last year.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
talking 28 or 29 this year.
So I don't know what their invoices are gonna be like for last year. They're just barely generating those now.
We got hit with one last year and it was 75 cents per thousand,
For the pumping costs.
but it didn't amount to a lot. I don't think they'll take a huge hit.
Yeah, they were talking today when we were talking to them, it was gonna be quite a bit because they didn't get as much river water, so those that
Mhm.
used had to pay for the pumping cost to get reused.
Until we recover, that'll be the case.
And that's all like I said, and I don't disagree that we should get all the shares we can and keep them in the city, but that's been the biggest concern I've heard on it is, well, if I bring it to the city, then I'm just gonna get turned around and charged something that is way more than I've ever been paying, which they're gonna pay more in it. So, as we go through the rate structure, I don't disagree. Again, you got to pay for the infrastructure and everything else. That's the hard thing is anything we build, new development gets paid with impact fees, but it gets maintained out of our general fund. So taxpayers pay all that. So
Yeah.
are the users. So
Yep.
that's kind of how we have to look at it when we're building things, make sure we think through that.
Correct, yeah. Jumping up to over to the impact fee, it'd be $893 per ERU. That's what we're proposing. To cover those projects.
And on that, that side is where you can see where the percent eligible of impact fee for each project. Like the Riesling is 0% impact fee eligible, and you have 8 on Crestview, 6% on Villa Bonita, 20% on Northtown, and 50% for Sycamore Drive.
So let's
Oh.
jump back to the rate structures.
Can I ask
And-
one question real quick?
Sure.
Do you have them organized the way you do because of the usage? So project 1 is the biggest user of the water?
No, project 2 is.
Okay.
But the time it would take to come up with that $500,000 would put us out so far.
Okay.
And we can change these projects around. Let's start with those cheaper ones if we'd like to, or just wait and get Crestview done.
Dustin, when you come up Riesling there to the chap, you're picking up all the residents as we come up as well, right? You're putting secondary into those or?
We haven't decided that yet. Like the one on Crestview, I know the mayor made a comment. Do we want that many more water lines?
We don't want
Up
that
there.
many more on top of the landslide. I'd double the rates for the lots on top of the landslide if I had my way, just to keep it from saturating.
Yeah.
So Dustin, what happens when we start pumping reuse water? How does the irrigation company? Because at one point in time, their water shares will revert to reuse, correct?
Yeah, but we've been on it the past 2 years and it hasn't changed a thing for us. As long as we stayed within our allotment, it's that we're not getting 100% anymore. We're cut down to that 30% allotment for the year. So we get hit with a little bit of a pumping cost. But it wasn't
Same with
significant
irrigation.
last year.
And so the irrigation company's getting hit with that same fee.
Their
Mhm.
users are-
So basically they're paying whatever we're paying and whatever we're charging. That's the same as what they're getting
Mhm.
hit with that. So
Now
it evens out.
keep in mind that the canal company charges $1 per thousand. No water included, no base rate. They're $1 per thousand for their non-shareholders right now.
If
How
you're a
many-
shareholder, then you don't get charged that.
Right.
So how many non-shareholders do they have?
I don't have that number for you. Not very many. I've been counting them every day to hook them up, but we just had a discussion today about them and they're looking at trying to get 2 or 3 contractors in place with just a set number that they'll finally go out and expose it for them and actually do the hookup. They seem on board to want to get more users using it.
So just a question in my mind that we're doing that new subdivision on that 5 acres
Mhm.
off in Vineyard
Mhm.
and he's bringing water in. Is that what we're talking about? Is each one of those lots?
Mhm.
Are they going to be city or are they going to be irrigation company? Because I understand he's got irrigation water that he's purchased.
I'm working on it. I
He
mean,
has to go city per your ordinance,
Okay.
right, Matt?
that ordinance is still in place.
secondary ordinance.
We're not talking about the temporary ordinance where the developer brings his water. Can you send that to me?
On the impact fee, that's just if someone hooks up to the system, right? They'd pay that.
No, I believe we're gonna do everyone.
And so every new home would pay for that,
Is that correct?
even though they'll never use it.
Even they don't get a benefit from it? Yeah.
Well, I believe in mind that they do get a benefit as the city's able to extend their culinary water further. If we do it only on ones that have it at that time, you're not gonna collect, won't collect much.
I mean,
Hardly
here,
collect any, very little impact fee.
here it says we can assess that for each new 3/4 inch connection. But if they don't have a 3/4 inch connection on their home, then we wouldn't assess it. I don't know. Do you want to comment on it?
What's your feeling, Nate?
When we did the calculation, we did it only for those that are connecting onto the system.
That seems more fair, right?
Well, the idea is if you have secondary, you get the 50% discount from the conservancy. So I can't imagine we could charge for it if they're not going to get that discount from the conservancy. Is my thought. Again, it's hard because if you extend the system, and that's where I kind of look at like our multifamily and things like that. When we look at these impact fees, like realistically, they've probably got one secondary meter for the development, for the maybe two for
For the common areas,
for the common and the landscape and things like that. So
except for Solus, larger development like that with 1/4 acre lots, or I'm not sure what they are, but they're doing a service to each lot. Kent Fry's service to each lot,
Yeah.
Jason Lindsay's service to each lot.
yeah, I think the big lots would have it. I'm thinking more of the multifamily
Yeah.
when we start.
What's Robert doing on?
He's
his-
doing common meters.
Almost like you need to have separate categories for the common meters
Yeah.
based on square footages.
Okay.
And maybe the common area meter pays and not the individual units. Have we broken down like the apartments? Do we have a different breakdown or is it one ERU?
An apartment, and this is just as one, we haven't broken it out into different uses.
We need to look at that a little bit because I can see where you charge them a impact fee based on their irrigation water meter side. And then you charge them a full culinary for an ERU that doesn't provide any irrigation water at all. You're double dinging them. That makes sense.
Mhm.
And you've got two apartment projects that have been one approved, one's in consideration. Townhomes kind of the same way. You charge the townhome project for the common area meter. But you charge the unit itself for the outdoor use as well. Almost looks like we need to look at that.
It probably does because and you're seeing a lot. I mean, because they're probably just paying for one meter to service the entire area. And again,
And
when
that
you look at
meter-
affordable housing, you're
yeah.
trying to.
That
promote
meter's
that.
gonna be a lot more expensive, but it probably won't be. But they should probably still get a discount back on the culinary side because the ERU is assuming there's outdoor use associated with it.
But basically, we're gonna have to run new lines for both culinary and irrigation. So the costs are going to be double because we are running culinary and irrigation. And why wouldn't they pay an impact fee for the line? Now, if we're not going to I think our ordinance requires irrigation, secondary lines now, doesn't it? For all of them.
If it's available, yes,
If it's available.
to connect.
Available. Yeah.
And so if it's not available, I can see this issue. But if it is available and we're having to run secondary lines and culinary lines and the developers, I think we ought to charge for both.
Let me go back to the water. Have we made an adjustment in the water for the impact of the irrigation? Have we reduced the?
We haven't, right, Nate?
No, and I guess the reason why is similar thing, Washington City. They've been trying to do their irrigation system for probably 10 years and still nothing's happened. And so we've been reluctant to put in the irrigation water until something happens.
But it's happening here.
Right.
I mean, it's a charge system. We're making Robert Smith put in a line and
But the cost outweighs itself with this impact fee reduction through the Conservancy District.
Does Ivans
that's just
charge
the
that?
source though. That impact, the Water Conservancy District impact fee is strictly source. It's just water in the pipe. Your system is based on needs that your residents and your distribution system is creating.
Mhm.
So if we base the culinary system on 100% everybody on culinary, and then we charge a supplemental impact fee for irrigation where that's going to be put in, you're double dipping that percentage.
Some of these other cities had a rate structure that was set up culinary was secondary.
Mhm.
Maybe that's something we could look at.
I think that'd be more justifiable because when you start looking at a multifamily project like Robert Smith's, you're gonna have to calculate impact fees for Robert Smith. He's gonna have a large irrigation meter with irrigation water, and he's gonna have probably the apartments will be on a common meter.
Correct.
For the culinary demand, the townhomes will be on individual culinary meters, but their secondary has been excluded.
Mhm.
So you almost need some other rates there.
Well, I think that's kind of the way the rate structure is set up. Like if he comes in for a 2-inch meter for his common area, he's going to pay the $6,373 impact fee. And then you go over to his water rate.
Yeah, but you've already hit him for that on the culinary too, because you don't have the discount in play on the culinary side.
Yeah, but that's for the culinary indoor water. This is just a secondary water outside
I know,
on a
but
common
typical
meter.
home, on an ERU,
Mhm.
you're half inside, half outside approximately.
Mhm.
On Robert Smith, you're 100% inside and 100% outside.
Mhm.
So you're charging him twice for his outdoor use.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Ivans has been requiring secondary line in all their new stuff.
Yeah.
Do they have separate impact fees for their culinary and
They don't have any water in the pipe yet.
Well, I know that. Are they charging an impact fee for the
I
line to be
I can
run?
find out.
The way, I think St. George is gonna do that too. St. George is doing the same thing where they're mandating the new subdivisions to put in a secondary system. Even if they don't have secondary water
Wow.
available there, then they connect it to the culinary. They collect the impact fees for both. The user can't tell the difference because he's got an irrigation meter and a culinary meter.
Mhm.
But it's the same water inside until secondary becomes available, and then they'll break that connection,
Mhm.
and they'll run as independent systems. It solves that no water in the pipe issue.
Mhm.
Ivans could do the same thing. And maybe they will. Going forward. But doing it that way, you know that you've generated your rates and your impact fees based on the need. So your secondary water is covering it. Primary water is covering it.
Yeah.
We ought to look at something that way because you're double dipping those common area projects.
Yeah, makes sense. Is there any other comments on the rate structure? One way or the other?
The thoughts on the two possible rate structures, I see you're starting out the scenario one at 75 cents a thousand. Scenario two is 25 cents a thousand.
Yeah, until you get to the larger meters.
I guess overall they create the same fund.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need $24 per ERU to make this work.
Why does that average rate lower on scenario 2 than 1? Even though the rates are higher?
Because it's the same water rate on structure 1 all the way through. Versus structure 2, the residential is so much lower than the higher users.
So the higher users should be paying more, right?
Yeah,
But it's only 1,213 versus 1,411. There's that average just skewed in the numbers.
On the 4-inch pipe.
Yeah, on the 4-inch.
They reduced the base
Meter.
rate. The base rate goes to 100. And it's shown at 550 on,
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what it is.
That's it.
All right. How can we reduce the base rate?
I don't know, they did it in every single category.
Let me see that. Okay. Other questions, council? Comments?
Okay, so just play this out for me. So on possible rate structure 2, you have a 2-inch line. It would be $1.25 per thousand as your start. What is it for culinary for a 2-inch line per thousand for the start? My question is it going to be more expensive to use irrigation water than culinary for those users? I don't think so, but I just don't remember what that number was.
let me jump back to it.
Is it the 80 cents? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what it is for residential. For a 3/4 inch line.
Oh, yeah.
So I could go back to
And we want to make sure that the irrigation rates that they're paying are, 30-40% less than the culinary rate, or they won't do it.
And that's kind of what we've done, right, Nate?
Keep it in culinary.
For that one.
Well, we can look at that and check those numbers.
We should be able to find. Are you there, Rock?
Got the meters, it showed a base rate on the different meter size.
Do you want the existing one, Jarrett?
Well, I'm saying what we talked about doing option
5 or 6?
6, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So would it be
Right.
cheaper to use the culinary?
So option 6 for a 2-inch pipe.
Looks to me like it's 50%. or less.
Yeah, it shows,
Um,
266.
yeah, it's a 3-inch, right?
Oh, is that 3-inch?
Mhm.
Oh, that
Two-
is 220.
222.
But you have to take into consideration that a 2-inch meter is going to use 3 or 4 times that 30,000 gallons. It's a school is Crestview Elementary is 100,000 gallons a month.
Right.
I guess what I'm saying is that option 6, we're saying it's $1 per 1,000 gallons.
Right.
And so for those higher water users, it'd be more expensive to use or
That's just at a 3/4 inch meter though. That's going to change every tier from the 1 inch to the 1.5 inch to the 2-inch. Nobody is going to put in a 2-inch meter that's only going to use 20 to 30,000 gallons a month. They're going to be into that 150,000 gallon range.
okay. So
You
maybe,
take
yeah,
Google-
can you explain to me how the chart works then on like the 2-inch meter? It shows it'll be 226 a month.
Well,
That's the base rate is higher.
It's
right?
tough because we haven't broken out what the tiers would be in the larger meter size.
Right.
You just have to make the assumption that a 2-inch meter at 20 to 30,000 gallons, their bill's going to be $409. But very seldom is a 2-inch meter going to use that low amount of water. You take Goobler Park, for example, they use 11 million gallons of water a year. It's almost 1 million gallons a month. Right there.
Is anyone else seeing that disconnect that I'm seeing?
And we can break that down and
I guess that's,
Show
it's
each
just
meter
understanding
size.
what the water rate is, because we're gonna go through the expense to run the water up to it. And the school district's saying they'll participate in some of that.
Mhm.
But I think they're expecting that their water rates, their costs are going down by half.
Mhm.
So maybe that's just not, yeah, I don't know if we're seeing that.
Use the culinary.
So on a 2-inch meter, what are you paying per thousand?
the 2-inch meter on scale 6 is still going to start out at the dollar.
Right.
They're not going to start out at the 222.
The base rate's just higher
Mhm.
and then it follows the proposed overage rates, right?
Yeah, that's just saying that if a 2-inch meter used between 23,000 and 30,000 gallons, that's their bill is going to be $409.
Yeah, so again, my concern is it could technically be cheaper to run culinary. If we go with the possible rate structure 2, Denny's got it up here. For a 2-inch meter, it's $1.25 for the first 10,000. And then so it's cheaper on culinary. And then it's $1.50. It's $1.53 in culinary, so it's close. $1.75. It's almost like,
Yeah, you're at 225, if I'm reading that right, on your big users that are all going to exceed 30,000 gallons.
Mhm.
And we're charging them 222 on culinary. We read that right.
so it'd just be something to double check.
We'll look at it. That makes sense to me. So I'll take a look at it and see.
Kind of have to run all these scenarios together,
Mhm.
the irrigation and the culinary.
Okay.
Kind of look at that.
Will do.
So just on your impact fee, you're going from, we're at 412 now, something like that.
We don't have an impact fee right now. Kind of.
There's no
Thing.
secondary water impact fee at the current.
Is there not? What, is that just the meter?
That
Yeah, I
was
think-
the connection.
Connection and meter fee is all
Is that what that is?
Mhm.
I was just looking at these building permits. So there's no secondary impact fee now.
Mhm.
Okay.
And going back to like the irrigation rate structure, I mean, rate structure 1 does make it cheaper no matter what to use the secondary water. So maybe just don't even consider rate structure 2, or if that gets changed somehow to be another option that's viable.
I think, Dustin, it's just those higher numbers. It's like I said, if we're looking to pull the school off of it and you're saying they're at 100,000 a month.
Mhm.
Is that what you said for?
Yeah.
He's just trying to figure out where that balance is. Cause I mean, if we can get them off and still recoup. So yeah, I think it's just where you get into those higher usages, the 20 on up.
Mhm.
Goes to 150. I'm looking at rate structure 1. You're at $1.75. And if we're thinking it's around 50%, that number would be probably $1.25. Is that what you're thinking, Jarrett? Roughly.
Which one?
I'm just looking at, it seems like on a 2-inch meter, you'd hold that $1.25 rate per thousand a little longer for the use. Unless we're just trying to
Okay.
get them to cut up there, and that would help your clay issue, Mayor.
Mhm.
You just got the because the kids could play in gravel and cactus.
Any other comments?
Okay. Maybe we can talk a little bit about this at the retreat.
Hmm, yep.
See if we can get some new scenarios or something developed.
Okay.
With the 7 other water issues we're going to talk about at the retreat.
Anything else?
Thank you, Dustin.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nate. Item 2, we talked about. Item 3, carbon-free power project discussion. Council, Gary is not here. And you guys were all at the meeting with UAMPS, where they kind of explained what's going on with the rates. We do have to make a decision if we're going to stay in the carbon-free power project. That's on the agenda for action next week. So you want to make a presentation? Rocky darling,
She's here for moral support.
just moral support and sandwiches, right?
No, so what I was, you guys saw the presentation from UAMP staff previously and what's gone on with the carbon-free power project and where costs have gone from the original estimation of about $55 a megawatt hour up to what they're saying $89 in a megawatt hour in 2022 dollars. So, you know, through all the documents that Gary gave me, I mean, they present out a lot of options that's where we're at, and I'm not sure where we're going to go in the end, and that the municipalities have to make a decision on whether they're in, out, increase subscription, reduce subscription, what they want to do. I mean, there are some things in there that if they don't meet the subscription, but there's some reimbursement that's coming through New Scale. But, you know, as I've talked with Gary back in the fall at one of the meetings, and then after this meeting and also with the mayor today, I find it hard for us to not stay in the project. If the project does go as it is, even if the cost went up from there still, I really think by the time it comes on board in 2029, that $89 a megawatt hour might be $100. Could be really cheap power by that time. Also, I don't know what else is out there as you talked to with Gary and what UAMPS is out there trying to find projects or trying to find resource, but it's a hard time. They're struggling to find resource. Coal's coming off. There's less hydro through CRISP that's, you know, also driving prices where, you know, Gary's talked about it, that normally this time of year we're paying $30 to $40 a megawatt hour through the winter, and we're sitting closer to $100 a megawatt hour. It's just the price is cost of power is just crazy, and it's hard to figure out what to do. But I think the project is we need to stay in. I think we need to stay at our 5 megawatts. I know the cost now, if we jumped off board, it's about 1.1 million. I think they talked about in the offboarding on there, what our share would be. But I think for Santa Clara, and I think for everybody, we're better off staying in and trying and supporting, and hopefully it happens. We get the subscription throughout the other people and other communities around the Western United States that will buy in, and hopefully get maybe some more help through the DOE to help to fund it. So my recommendation and my discussion with Gary is that we stay in with our 5 megawatts.
During the Enron era, we were paying upwards of $200 a kilowatt. So we were paying 20 cents a kilowatt for the power that we were buying on the open market at that point. It doesn't take long to drain your reserves and kick into a negative. And to me, I believe we need to stay in. I don't see it going down at all with all the coal-fired plants that are being closed, the hydroelectric that's being shut down. In fact, in the West, because of lack of water, a lot of them are being closed down. Bureau of Reclamation is putting a freeze on some of it that's been allocated to the original buyers into the Hoover Dam. I mean, and what are you paying on the open market right now?
Open market right now is anywhere between 150 to 275. I've seen it jump up to 350 during peak hours.
Yeah, I mean, just ridiculously high prices. If we had to charge our constituents 35 cents a kilowatt, which is what you'd be looking at, to me, the 8.9 cents a kilowatt is foolish not to stay in.
It's jumped all the way up to $1,100 for a megawatt on a peak hour.
Yeah. I don't think you have any options. If you had some options and some alternatives that were cheaper, I think it would be great. But right now, if we have to lose a whole bunch of the power that we've purchased and go on the open market, everybody's rate in Santa Clara would skyrocket.
Yeah, Brock, can you go to page 21? So I thought a lot about this since our meeting, and I mean, basically at this point, we just have to decide, do we get out now? Because we still have another on-ramp, off-ramp next year. So it just showed that $700,000 exposure increase. That's really what we're risking, and we're only a percentage of that, right? So for us, it's not a huge risk to stay in. And then after the meeting, Jackie shared that UAMPS was going to start working on another natural gas plant, so we could have a real comparison before this January 24 off ramp. So all of UAMPS could decide, do we just let go of and just go all natural gas, or so we'd have a real good comparison. Right now, we don't have that comparison. So yeah, I'm definitely in favor of staying in.
Anybody not in favor of staying in?
Yeah, I think we need to stay in. We have the off ramp, like Jarrett said, it's there, it's in place. It buys us a year or nearly a year to make a decision. But it just dumbfounds me that the whole country is just mum on this whole thing. Like, we talk affordable housing, we talk all these things, and yet power and the cost to heat and cool our homes is going through the roof and nobody's saying a word. It's like, I thought it was interesting that what they produce is nearly 500 megawatts of energy on 62 acres, which is pretty remarkable. And it's carbon free. It's exactly what we're trying to get on a tiny site. So yeah, all for it.
Okay,
I have a question. What if UAMPS decides to get out? Do we have the option of staying in independently? With like partnering with NuScale? I mean, it's because somebody made the comment that it sounded like NuScale and LaFleur
floor.
are gonna make sure that it gets done.
Oh, they're gonna push it. They mentioned it a little bit at the meeting, the European demand,
Right.
Central Europe demand, worldwide demand is I think that technology is gonna continue forward. So I'm still pretty confident in the system. The wild card is, you're hearing a lot right now about hydrogen. The technology for hydrogen, which should be a competing source to nuclear, is coming along very rapidly.
But I thought it was so expensive that it was
That's what
keeping
that's
people
what they
out.
said about nukes. I wonder if the technology catches up someday. But after, when we went to the UAMPS conference in August, it impressed me the other small scale nuclear plants that are in development that they brought to that conference that aren't the new scale technology. They're a little different, but they were all there, and the interest in the small scale nuclear was huge. And I kind of what came away from that conference thinking, this is going to happen. And now they're seeing their cost increase go up, but look at everything. Look at eggs.
Right.
That's happened just because of the interest rates, the inflation, the material shortage. We should have expected that this one was going to charge through the roof too, just based on everything else that we're seeing. It bothered me that they're building these things in South Korea, that we're not building them here. I almost remember them telling me they're going to be built here when we went to Oregon. You remember that too?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that probably bothered me worse than the price. The fact that we're having to double the price and ship them in from overseas. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good staying in. I agree with Brock. I don't see anything else jumping up on the table being cheaper than. Unless we just change our economy to follow the sun and we only, everybody's in bed with the Eskimos when it gets dark and you wake up the next morning after it's light and you have to sleep for a long time during winter.
Reset your alarm clocks, go through all that in the morning and.
You gotta make sure they're battery operated alarm clock.
We just,
Mayor, I couldn't even egg your house the other day. They're just so expensive. I chose not to after,
First Lady appreciates that.
So would there be an option for us to stay in if UAMPS pulled out?
I would bet not.
I'm not sure, but I can check into it and let you guys know.
I just don't know if that side even happens if UAMPS pulls out.
UAMPS is the major contributor to
Yeah,
it,
do they
so
still do it in Idaho?
it's gonna be in Idaho Falls.
But I don't
They-
think they would. If this falls through, I don't think they'd do
Yeah, 'cause
it.
they've made a pretty good investment there. Another group could maybe come in and buy UAMPS out of it. And then you might be able to subscribe to the other group, but then you're gonna be dealing with transmission and wheeling
Oh, right.
and everything else. So maybe if Rocky
Yeah.
Mountain is the other group, who knows?
Because we're using UAMPS transmission lines.
Their agreements with Rocky Mountain. We use, right, Kate, we use UAMPS's agreements with Rocky Mountain on our transmission.
Correct.
Well, and there isn't any alternative. I mean, we've got natural gas generators over in the yard. And they certainly cost us a lot more than 8.9 cents a kilowatt to produce gas with those.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when they talk about converting these coal-fired plants to natural gas, the cost is still going to be double what we were paying for the coal-fired plants. To me, we don't have any alternatives. You know, you can go to the solar that's 27% efficient at its best and try and find something 73% of the time. But you still have to have batteries. Everything that they talk about saving the environment goes right against what they're doing. They can't destroy the batteries. They don't know what to do with the acid. Those things are just forgotten in the conversation because we've got somebody that wants to have wind and somebody that wants to have solar, regardless of what it costs or how to take care of it.
And with a lot of the coal plants shutting down, they said that it's just gonna keep doubling in price with fuel. It's just gonna get more and more expensive because right now we still have a coal base. And without that base, you're going straight to fuel, so. It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, there is recycling of lithium batteries now. It's actually really profitable. That's a fairly new development,
They can take care of.
They
the
do it.
acid.
but it all gets all the metals in it are actually really valuable now because there's such a demand for batteries. And so recycling batteries is a big deal. And then, yeah, I did read an article about using abandoned mines to
For the salt.
drop a heavy weight with, and then lift it up with solar and then drop it at night. So you could turn a turbine by dropping this weight up and down. So it's kind of like a water, like pump water storage. You pump water up to a reservoir, but this way you don't have to have water. You just drop a big weight up and down a mine shaft. So that means that is your battery, but that's, I'm sure way in the starting stages. There's nothing concrete there, but
But the hydrogen too is something that to me is really a viable alternative. You just, they don't want to wait for the alternative to be ready. They want it changed now.
Right.
And
It's gonna take a while.
It'll take a while.
Okay, sounds like you guys are ready for Wednesday.
Yeah, and we'll have this back next week for our action to stay in at our, we'll bring it back at staying in at our 5 megawatts.
Thank you. Item number 4, city construction design standards. Jim's asked that we go through every page of this.
Let's do it.
I
Well, it's a good thing.
Oh. Can't wait for that Big John to show up.
Or Dustin has to go through every page, one of the two.
You know me better than that, Rick. Okay, for the past 7 months, a very distinguished group of volunteers volunteered their time to help us update the city's construction standards. That was last done in 2016. We had Wayne Rogers, a soil tech from AGEC, Dave Black, a soils tech from Rosenberg, Jerry Admison, a traffic engineer, Logan Blake, an engineer. City staff, including myself, the mayor, Jim McNulty, Confold from Fire, Casey Stratton, Assistant Public Works Director, and Fred Fage, our inspector. I'm just going to run through the highlights. If you hear something that you'd like to talk about, stop me. And we'll go to that page on there and we'll discuss it. Number one, we've always had a warranty period of a year. We had a lot of discussion about changing that to 2 years. We decided to stay with the year because what we've done in the past was if there's ever been a problem with material or workmanship, we'll extend that warranty out 6 months or a year and see if that material shows more defect. Contractor will come back and fix it. It's always worked out in the past. So we're just going to stay with that year. Work hours, we've changed to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. because that's what our ordinance states. And we feel that that is a good working range for the workers. That a lot of times they want to start even earlier than that. And we have given them an option to come in and get a noise exemption permit as long as they talk to the residents in the area, bring it in, I sign the permit. And a lot of times they're in remote locations and it's not a big deal.
Now, this is just something that's come up since I've been working on vineyards. Winter hours, is there any adjustment to that in winter hours? I don't remember. Do we want to consider it? Because I've had a lot of complaints from the neighbors about starting before it's light with the beeps, beep, beep on the equipment when they're that close to residential dwellings.
But trash starts at 6. Beep, beep, beep.
It does.
Yeah.
And it's gone. It's not, or beep, 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 beep,
Maybe
beep.
a house, then it goes along the backside.
How does council feel about it?
I have a hard time just knowing with the labor shortages and stuff. I hate shortening up any possible work time. But that's, I mean, I'm dealing in HOAs where they won't let us start till 7:30 in the winter and 8:30 on Saturdays, and
What,
it makes it hard.
what page is that?
Yeah, could you tell us the
That
page?
is on 1-29, Brock. This is a lengthy document, so it takes some
It's got a
time.
lot of edits.
I love the thanks to our neighboring city, and it's got a line through it. What?
Yeah, that was the last to go around. It's us this time.
We're taking them out.
So they're taking advantage of
Strike the
everything we just
neighbors.
did to do theirs. 129.
Yeah, 1-29.
1-29.
Working it.
Oh, the page.
It's 34 in the PDF file. Right, yeah, 34. I'm okay with the hours.
Everybody else good with that?
personally.
Okay. We've never had anything in our standards requiring material and installation of a secondary water system. So we added that. Basically, we're following the same standards as we do on culinary, except everything's purple. Use purple for irrigation, blue for culinary. That's never been in there. That's been added since we are requiring a secondary water system now in all new developments. Park strips, it used to say you could put them in, you could put turf in them. Now it's going to state that they have to follow the new landscape efficiency ordinance that we passed. Wayne Rogers and Dave Black helped with updates to geotechnical testing and investigation. The main one being if the soils report is older than 3 years, a new one may be required. We did several updates to modernize our material testing. They spent a lot of time helping us go through those. Ours were so outdated. There's been so many changes in material testing and sampling and things like that. So we made several changes there. I don't feel it's a need to go through every one of them, but they're two of the best in the business and we trust their knowledge. We did a pretty good update to our drainage and flood control design to follow the city's stormwater master plan and the flood control authority's master plan.
Dustin, will you just say the section you're reviewing as we go through it? Sorry.
Sure. Would you like to go back to that one?
Nope.
Okay. The next one is section 4-5 or page 4-5. The long ways down.
Bingo. I'm just kidding.
So we've never had anything in there on retaining walls required. And the city staff really wanted retaining walls to be installed at the time of development. And we were getting into, they'd come in and they'd build the lots, infrastructure's in, then they come in and they want to do a retaining wall and they dump their rock in the road. They break up the sidewalks, they tear up the road. They get into property disputes with the neighbors because whose property are we going to put the wall on? You don't have a neighbor next to you. And so Jim and Cody did a huge write-up in our ordinance. Basically, this is just stating that retaining walls are required now in new developments following the ordinance that they spent a lot of time on. That's now in our city ordinances.
That was chapter 1728 last year.
It was a good move.
4-9, Rock.
What's the diff? Oh, it's 4 feet.
4
Retaining
feet.
wall height's greater than 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I think that's brilliant
Thank you.
to get it in
I
early.
think so
I've
too.
been on the receiving end of too many of those and
Well, and the thing's nice about it is they're designed by an engineer, they're inspected by an engineer, and we get a letter from an engineer, so it relieves the city if there's any failure. In section 8, we had a lot of water or pipe that was used in sewer, storm drain water that was just completely outdated. I don't even know why it was in there. We don't use it anymore. We haven't used it for 20 years. We updated it to now what we're using. We eliminated a lot of the old stuff, added some of the new stuff. One of the big ones is I've always required ductile inch water line on everything 12-inch and above, just because of the durability of the pipe. Pipe that size is very difficult to work on, to cut through. The accessories are tight, and I've probably worked on 2,000 or 3,000 water lines, and I've worked on one ductile water line in my career. So that's why we've gone to that.
I'm still looking to find a sample of corrugated aluminum.
What's that?
I just want a piece of corrugated aluminum to add to my collection.
Oh, I have some at the yard.
Corrugated aluminum?
Every once in a while, it works good for,
Rusty.
you know,
It don't
over crossing.
it collapse.
Roof or bar.
Corrugated cores can.
Okay, 4-69, Brock. There's a material that was used in asphalt 25 to 30 years ago. It's called a prime coat. You'd come in and you'd put it over your road base before you'd paved. I've never seen it used in southern Utah. So we took that out of there. Just a technique that hasn't been used in many, many years. Jerry Admondson in 5-2 gave us a huge write-up on UDOT standards on pavement marking, so that when we have our road striped, it's laid out now in our construction standards, the width of the stripes, the length of the stripes, so that the contractor will know exactly what to do instead of calling me and saying, what do you want up? How do you want your road striped? Okay, now I want to jump into road cross sections. Logan Blake helped me and Jim go through road cross sections with what I feel that will work for the city. The problem we've had in the past is they were so vague, and every developer comes in wanting to present a different road cross section. Sidewalks on one side, park strip on both sides. Can we do 26 feet? Can we do 29 feet? Jack allowed 25 feet. We want to get away from that. So now they're just going to pull up our standards and no, these are the road cross sections that I can present in my design. End of story. So I just want to kind of go through them one at a time because there has been some changes. And as I talk about these, I want you to know that we've gone from 2.5 inches of asphalt brought there at the very, very, very end.
What page is it? Sorry, we're all
Yeah, I-
confused.
I'm on 199, so
It's
it's
a
gotta be-
separate document.
Yeah, it's another document. It
Oh.
was sent with this one.
It's after this one.
Oh,
It should be in the packet right after this one.
Let the record show that Jack was used as a negative connotation there, so.
There we go. Go back. Jack.
Yeah, that's the first one right there. Now, first thing you need to know about these is we've always required 2.5 inches of asphalt. And a lot of the other cities in the county are all going to 3. I've been wanting to go to 3 for years because I've done a lot of paving in the city and I've physically noticed the roads that we put in at 3 inches hold up significantly better than the 2.5 inch roads.
We're only doing 2.5 on Vineyard. Is that what I saw on the bid?
That seems familiar. Yeah.
We hadn't changed the standards yet.
We could have 3, but we had to pay for curb. You learned a lot of stuff from Jack, so.
I can arrange for 3.
No, I knew you talked about it in the standards and then I saw it on the bid that it was only 2.5. I thought, okay.
And another thing that the group consensus was is most of the other cities in the county are going to 5-foot sidewalk instead of 4. We've done 5s on our bigger roads. And if there's a school nearby, we would like to go to 5-foot sidewalks.
Just 4 on Vineyard though.
We're looking to save some money.
Oh,
It hasn't been adopted yet, so.
And I know, it's an ADA thing as well.
Go to 5
It's
foot,
talked
have
about
it
in
for that.
the ADA
You're collecting
requirements, 5-foot walk rather than 4. So.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump into this first one, residential local. You'll see this one mainly in high density. We don't want to see these in a normal subdivision, the single family homes. Our standard before was a minimum of 29 feet of asphalt. We're going to do a 45-foot of roadway, 45-foot right away, 30 feet of pavement, 2.5 of curb, 5 feet sidewalk on both sides. Next one, we're going to go to
E on this is at ADT less than 500.
yep.
Mhm.
That means there's no more than 50 lots can access that road.
A lot of them need to be based off of your ADT.
That's how much average daily traffic that road's gonna see.
So next we go to the residential local alternative with park strip. There again, 30 feet of pavement, jumping for a 55-foot right away, 5 feet of park strip, 5 feet of sidewalk. As an option, because we still do allow park strips.
okay. Can I go back a second? Sorry.
Mhm.
So if the ADT is less than 500, meaning no more than 50 lots can access that road, that's what you
Yeah,
said,
you
right?
figure 10 trips a day for a single family lot.
But if we're using this in a primarily medium density situation, because didn't you say we were going to use this in? You might have a lot more than 50.
Yeah,
But
Units.
wouldn't be able to use it.
if we have a project, a PDR,
I'm
and we've
thinking
got
like
100
Blackhawk or
plus,
something
100
like that.
plus units in it.
Yeah, they would have to have multiple accesses where your ADT on each road was less, or they'd have to bump it to a different section.
Okay,
Because the idea is the 45 would work for a PDR. And so they have to have multiple
If
access
Number of
points.
units was low enough, it could.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
well, I'm just.
Or access
That's
points.
why I'm clarifying.
Or access was limited.
Well, what if they have 2 or 3 access points in and out of the subdivision?
Is there
PDR.
parking on the road?
Is there parking on the road? It's a public road,
So
so
in
there
this
would be,
scenario, are you gonna allow parking in the PDR on the road?
if it's a public road. Yeah.
Yes.
You'd have to look at the ADT to make sure that you don't want you traffic can't exceed 500.
Right.
So if it's depending on how many access points they've got
Based on their traffic study. they
based on their
submit.
traffic. study.
Gotcha. Okay.
So they do the
Yeah.
traffic study, they give you the ADT on each one of the roads.
Mhm.
That'll tell them what their allowable section will be.
Okay.
It may kick them up a notch on a
Right.
bigger PED.
Right.
Okay, moving on. Next, you have the residential standard. 55 feet of right of way, 35 feet of pavement. It was 34. We've gone to the 35.
Look, if I can add on this, just on with the 35 feet. No, there's a bill that's being ran that about down to the 32 feet of asphalt is what developers have been pushing to get to 25, 26 feet of asphalt. The league's pushing back to get to 32.
32 is. what I heard,
32
Yeah.
at the minimum. So
So
We
if
may
that
have to
bill,
amend this.
if that bill passes, we'd have to change the 35 to 32.
yes, so what happens, what it sounds like is you could allow less. You can allow less. It's just if a developer comes in, it sounds like depending on the road and the trips to it is what you can actually require of them to put in. And it sounds like they're saying 32 minimum. It's more like 32's like more of a max. They come in and do a certain residential road, you're not going to be able to mandate a 35 potentially based on the trip. So
Okay.
just a heads up, that's coming through. So.
I wish that we had half the brain power that the legislature has. Just half.
So do they.
Thought we talked about it.
Oh, I guess we did. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the residential standard, 50-foot right of way, 35 feet of pavement, 5 feet sidewalks, 2.5 curb. Minor collector, this is a road that you would say Rachel Drive. 45 feet of pavement, bike lane, shoulders, 5-foot sidewalk, 2.5 curb. Major collector, which gives you a center turn lane. 66 right of way, 49 feet of pavement. Then the minor arterial. 63 of pavement, 80 foot of right of way, another 3-lane roadway with bike lanes. That jumps to a 6-foot sidewalk.
So this would be a Pioneer Parkway, correct?
Mhm.
With the 80 feet, just for reference.
Then you have the minor ulterior alternative, which is the same road, just park strip. Then our major, which is modeled after Santa Clara Drive with the 5 lanes. Sidewalk, shoulder, 2.5 curb, 6.5 foot sidewalk, bike lane, 5 travel lanes. Then we did a couple more just in case, just to, if we do ever need them with a commercial local and an industrial local. Commercial local is 60-foot right away, 43 feet of pavement. Then the industrial local, which would give you the center turn lane.
What would the commercial local be? Just out of curiosity.
Jim?
Like Red Mountain from Pioneer to wherever it goes out of the commercial zone.
Going towards affirmation.
Yeah, Red Mountain from up through
Black
the
Desert.
Silverado piece would be one of these.
That's where we talked about it being 60 in that location. So yes. I'm not sure where else. It's just a cross section we
Canyon View
need.
Drive From
Mhm.
Dutchman's to the park, maybe.
Any comments on the road cross sections?
Make them big enough.
So you are proposing 3 inches of asphalt then in the off top of just for vineyard then, I wonder what would that add to that bid? Just,
Not a lot.
I was gonna say, it makes sense to do it, doesn't it, Mayor? Yeah,
Yeah, we can do it.
I, hard to go back. Yeah. It's like
all-
insulation and walls, hard to add it later.
Do it right the first time.
It's just a big road that,
Yep, I agree. Nothing else on those? Okay, and then we're just making some minor changes to our ADA radiuses, get them more up to snuff and more ADA compliant. Same with sidewalks and drive approaches. Standards have changed. The ADA requirements on those, the slope on them. That's the latest version of that all the other communities have gone to. We've got one minor change on our water services. Can you find that one, Brock? I think it might be the last one, right there. That labeled corporation stop used to come off of the main on a 45. Found that we were having to repair leaks everywhere. They brought that out because they dip it down. So now we've actually been requiring this for years. We've just never been able to support it because it wasn't in our standing. So now we're dropping that saddle down straight off. Sidewalk drainage structures. There's been several designs out there. They used to just cut the sidewalk and throw a 2-inch PVC pipe in and an inch of concrete over it. And we were having to repair them all over town. Now they've come out with a steel tube, matches your sidewalk grade, very durable. Never fixed one of those since they've been installed. And that is the gist of it.
Nice job.
That's a lot of work. Hopefully you bought those guys lunch at least for.
Every time.
Oh, yeah.
Good lunch.
We do. We have good lunch. Sometimes we have extra. Some people have missed their lunch.
I took care of them.
Yeah, that's a good group right there. That's good work.
Yeah, we got the best for sure. I feel confident this is the direction we want to go.
Yeah.
You're good if we bring this back to be adopted?
I'm gonna need a little bit of time with the document to get it right. So I was thinking the 22nd, is that okay? Bring it back for adoption?
Soon as
Yeah.
it's ready.
Jim's probably spent more time than all of us put together on this, just
He had to be
editing the
right.
document.
It took us time just to scroll through it. I mean, we were just.
It does.
scrolling
It's-
through it, So,
And spend a few hours with it and you're like, wow, here we are.
yeah,
But we're trying to clean it up so it's not so clunky and a good document for those who need it.
well, and it helps everybody. And from a contractor side, it's nice to know, well, that's what I need to put in right there. That's
Yeah.
there's no question on what you're asking and it's well done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If there's not a reason to do it quickly, would we want to wait until the legislature finishes their development standards piece?
Well,
Then we
I mean,
don't.
the only
have to
thing
come
you-
back
you-
and Readdress it.
yeah, I think you're easier to come back and reduce it, because if this is what you want, you're looking at any new developments that come in, if they come in and apply and pay their fee, their application stuff, they would be running off the old standard. So I think there is some urgency to get it done, even if we could do it next week. But
Oh.
I'll talk to Jim about that later.
Okay. I guess where I know I'm spending my weekend.
Jim, I'm sure he'll buy you lunch.
A lot of
I mean,
lunch.
you stay dinner if you'll stay. late.
All right, well, okay. Well, I can see us needing to bring just the street cross section back at a later date. We'd just be making an amendment to the street cross section for the 32 instead of the 35, and that would just come back to you. So,
Okay,
no issues.
thank you.
All right.
Okay, item number 5, subdivision ordinance updates, Title 16 and Chapter 17.04. Jim?
Yeah, if you want to, Mayor, if you want to take a break right now.
Or we can take a break right now and get dinner. Everybody okay taking a break? Let's take a break. I don't want my All right, we're back in session. Item number 5. Item number 5, subdivision ordinance discussion. Jim?
All right. If we could just pull the draft of that up. With all the work we've been doing on the city construction design standards, we felt that now would be a good time to update the subdivision ordinance. So that's Title 16. Our Title 16 in city code is the complete subdivision ordinance. And then also we have a section, general provisions, that makes some reference to the subdivision ordinance in chapter 1704 of the land use ordinance. And, we're looking at updates to preliminary approvals and reviews, final approval and reviews, and there's some other updates, and I'll go through those. So this is 1704. Can we start with 16? Oh, she must have, yeah. Here we go. So right here in 16, it's just kind of a cleanup in that section right there. Actually scroll back up. I'm sorry, Brock. All right, approval of subdivision plats. As we go down, this is just some minor cleanup, and let's scroll down. The process here, step 2, instead of sketch plan, we're going with concept plan. That's the term that's used most in the industry when someone brings a plan in for us to look at before we proceed to preliminary. Scroll down. Just clean up. So step 3 is a preliminary plat, not a vicinity plan. Generally, we get those on a plat, but it's just preliminary plat. Let's go down to the next one. I think we have one more step of final plat. And right here, final plat. So just general cleanup, not just real minor edits in that section. Let's scroll down to the next section. Here we go, preliminary plat. So we've got some changes here. If you could scroll up just a little bit. So we've added an approval procedure, 16-16070, which we didn't have before. But I'll start right below it. We've made some changes to the preparation of the preliminary plat. We've made changes to the language there. I can read that if you'd like me to, but I don't want to have to. If you don't want me to, I won't read through the whole thing. This is kind of minor. I'd rather go through the sections where we've made corrections and changes or additions. So let's scroll down. Okay. So right here is an addition to this section, items F and G. And, we've been dealing with will serve and water rights and reservation quite a bit lately. So item F says, at the time of filing an application, the applicant shall schedule an appointment with the city. The city shall review the application for completeness and shall require the applicant and owner, if different, provide an acknowledgement that they are responsible for obtaining a culinary water will serve letter or the equivalent from the Washington County Water Conservancy District. This requirement is in chapter 1704 general provisions. The city may request that the applicant also present additional information to assist in determining the adequacy, quality, and characteristics of the subdivision proposal. So we're making the cross reference to the other section that we'll talk about in a few minutes. Item G, once the application has been considered and determined to be complete, the application shall be reviewed according to the procedure set forth by this chapter. If the city finds that the application is incomplete, the application shall be rejected, returned to the applicant, and the applicant shall submit a complete application. So let's scroll down. Just some minor edits here. Okay, this item 16-16070, this is the approval procedure, the section we've added. City planning staff shall transmit the preliminary plat and preliminary plat review application along with all accompanying plans, reports, and studies to appropriate city officials and other official agencies or bodies as deemed necessary as required by law to allow such persons to review the application. B, after the preliminary plat review application is found to meet the requirements of this title and all comments have been received from those to whom a request to review was made, the planning manager or designee shall cause the preliminary plat to be placed on the next available planning commission agenda and shall notify the applicant of the date, time, and place of the meeting at which the application shall be reviewed. Item C, the planning commission shall only approve a preliminary plat, which it finds to be in accordance with the standards and criteria set forth by the city in this title and all other ordinance plans and policies of the city. The planning commission may conditionally approve a preliminary plat imposing such conditions as it may require, bringing the preliminary plat into compliance with the requirements of the city's ordinances, plans, and policies. D, after reviewing the preliminary plat, the planning commission shall make a recommendation to the city council that the preliminary plat be approved, conditionally approved, or disapproved. The preliminary plat will then be placed on the next available city council agenda after all legally required notification requirements have been complied with. And the city shall advise the applicant of the date, time, and place meeting at which the preliminary plat shall be reviewed. After review, the city council shall approve, conditionally approve, or disapprove of the preliminary plat. And then we have items E, F, G, and H. Let's see, let's go to item F. If the final subdivision plat or phase thereof is not approved by the city within 1 year after city council approval of the preliminary plat, all approval shall be deemed expired and void. If eligible, the applicant may submit for approval a new preliminary plat in accordance with this section. If it is determined by the planning manager or designee that substantial progress toward completion of the final subdivision plat has been done, and the final plat cannot be submitted due to reasons beyond the control of the applicant, the item shall be placed on the next available city council agenda for consideration of a reasonable extension of time to complete the final plat, but no longer than 1 year. A second extension not to exceed 1 year one additional year may be granted in extraordinary circumstances demonstrated by the applicant. So this is language that Matt and I worked on. As you know, there's a lot of timelines now with the Conservancy District and the reservation of water. Matt, did you have anything to add on that part? I mean, that's something that we took some time on to make sure we had the wording right.
I don't think so, unless there's questions.
I
Okay,
have a question. So subdivider gets his preliminary plat. Does the 1 year period start on the day the preliminary plat is approved or the date the construction drawings are approved?
Let's see. It would be city council approval.
yeah.
City council approval of the
Mhm.
preliminary plat
Mhm.
and the construction, typically the construction drawing approval happens after that.
Yes, I
Um,
would think so.
The 1 year. Is that just the final plat for the subdivision?
This is preliminary plat.
Well, I know, but now I'm jumping down to the final plat.
Uh-huh.
If I get the preliminary plat approved, I go to work on the construction plans, I go through the city review process, which takes a couple months. Can I submit a final subdivision plat? I can meet the 1 year period. The subdivision won't be ready to record, but I can submit it to council and get city council approval on it. Post my inspection fees and go to work, right?
Yeah, the way this is currently written, it says that it has to be placed on the city council agenda within a year.
Okay, so you just have to get that final plat in. The subdivision doesn't have to be ready to record. Just the
Correct.
plat submitted to go through the process.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes there's a lag time between approval and recording too, because
Okay. Because they're finishing up.
yeah,
the
they're
improvement.
finishing up or we're even doing, final review items or whatever.
So I don't think there's a problem getting a plat to the city within a year. Typically, once you get those construction plans approved, you've identified your easement. Your lots are identified, you can jump on a plat fairly quickly. The time extensions happen once you're in construction. Was like 2 years for transformers or 6 months for sewer manholes and stuff like that. And so I'm okay with this the way it's written, as long as that plat goes through the city process, finds a happy place until the subdivision's completed and then goes to recording. Because other extensions wouldn't apply in that period, right?
Yeah, that's our intent, to work with them and proceed and move things forward, but then also thinking about the water, because we've heard of other communities taking down 200 and 300 lot preliminary plats, but is there really water available for those plats by the time it's built out?
Right. And they have, to get the will serve letter, they got to pay their impact fees. I mean, they've got a pretty good chunk. So I think those phases are going to drop. I just want to make sure that we don't expect them to have that plat recorded in a year from preliminary plat
Right.
approval, because that's too tight. You're not gonna meet that.
Well, Jim was probably getting to this, but in that paragraph G, we actually provide that one of the requirements of any extension is going to be that they have to go to the water district first and get their
And
will
get the
serve
will
letter
serve
extended.
extended. Okay.
If they can't get that, then we can't give them an extension anyway.
I think we're gonna see a lot of, 10 or 12 or 20 lot plats, not the big plats.
Okay. All right.
So,
That work. I don't have an issue with that as long as everybody kind of understands that plat's not going to record within a year. It's gonna
Right.
take time to build.
right.
What's
Because
the
they're gonna go
turnaround
do
on the
those
city?
improvements.
Well,
Are the city's turnaround time? I mean, that gets submitted with construction documents. What's the review process? And
I mean, we go through it pretty quick, but generally there's a few reviews before we do construction drawings. We've done one recently. Dustin, what do you think on the most recent reviews we've done for those construction drawings?
It all depends on the engineering firm. We've had some that it comes through once, you make 3 or 4 corrections, they get it back that week, sign them. I'd say on the average, engineers that aren't so savvy, a month,
okay,
do our reviews and they're back to us and sign construction drawings.
that's not the case at other cities. So I mean, we're talking again. You look at that, and half that time's getting eaten up in review, and
Right.
so that's why I asked that. But yeah, I know things. I just wanted you to say it, but I knew what the answer was. So.
And Matt just went through item G. I think that's really important, ties in with F. I think we're good here. Let's go ahead and scroll down. We'll go to final plat, and then we have approval procedure that was added to final plat as well. Let's go ahead and scroll down. Just minor edits and clean up through here. This is one that we've added. If you scroll back up. For any subdivision in a PD zone, a fully executed original copy of any covenants, conditions, and restrictions anticipated to be recorded with the plat shall be submitted to the city for verification. The original will be returned to the applicant for recording when the final plat is released. And so that gives staff and legal counsel a chance to go through the CCNRs for the PD before it actually records.
And that's actually really just to bring the code into line with what we're already doing. Because at least as far as my review is concerned, I make sure to see a signed copy of the CCNRs before I release their final plat for recording. So
Can I ask one question? In 1620-030 on J, it just says Matt to provide checklist language.
Oh.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that today, right before the meeting.
Looks like I have some work to do.
So that is one item. We kept going through it. That's why we're just having a discussion. So I've got that highlighted on the original draft, and we'll get to that.
Put that on my list.
Before it comes back to you, we'll make sure that's done. I think most of it is.
So there'll be a checklist in there where item J is.
Well, there's certain things that we're really required to confirm before we let a plat record based on state statute and all that. And I have a checklist that I work off of. This is just my personal checklist. And so the thinking was we might as well just put those things in the ordinance so it's clear to everybody,
That's
you know.
good.
So I just need to clean up my checklist and give it to Jim, basically.
You're talking like title report and articles of incorporation.
Yeah.
CCNRs.
Yeah. All right. So approval procedure, let's scroll down. Instead of rewriting all this, I kind of simplified. So after the preliminary plat has been approved by the city council and all conditions are complied with, a final subdivision plat shall be prepared and submitted to the planning department. The final plat shall be required to go through the same approval process as the preliminary plat as per section 16-16070 of this title, as far as we know. So Elena, if you were listening to LPC the other day, they're talking about subdivisions now. So they're talking about maybe having a requirement statewide for subdivisions that the preliminary plat goes to both the planning commission and the city council, but the final plat is done administratively. And so if that changes this, that's going to change this. So we don't know if that'll be adopted or not, but that could be a change here
They might also cap plan reviews at
for reviews. But the thing that's key about that is it has to be complete.
Right.
So a lot of places submit applications that are half baked because they want to get in line. Some of the engineers are doing that. Others do a good job. But if we have a list of 10 items and they've only addressed 5 of those 10 or whatever, if it's not a complete resubmittal, that doesn't count towards one of those reviews. So there, I can see some argument there, you know, some back and forth that could occur. We'll see where that one goes. But I wouldn't be surprised, you know, we're told that they don't want to mandate things, but you know, the IADU subdivisions, if we're going to go to a state standard of this is your process, doesn't matter who you are or where you are in the state, that is a bit of a mandate. And then I'm talking about just state code, applications to subdivide real property, just meeting the LUDMA requirements. And then a final plat must be recorded with the office of the county recorder within 1 year of the date of city council of city approval. Final plat which has not been recorded within 1 year shall be deemed void, and all land use approvals associated with the final plat shall be considered ab initio. And this is a new one to me. I'll let Matt explain that term. Prior to expiration, an applicant may request a one-time 6-month extension of approval to the planning department. The item shall be placed on the next available city council agenda for consideration. And so, Matt, I'm forgetting what ab initio means again.
Just means from the beginning.
Yes, that is right.
So does that go clear back to the preliminary plat?
Essentially, yeah, because you know, all of your approval deadlines would have passed by now, or your completion deadlines would have passed. So yeah, you'd have to start over from scratch.
And the extension has to come to city council.
Yes.
Can't be granted by the planning department.
So how does that work, Mayor and Matt, on phasing subdivisions? Like you're not recording phases. A lot of times it's done just so you're not getting hit with property tax on every lot. You're recording 10 lots at a time in a 100-lot subdivision. Is that?
Let me ask, I get a preliminary plat for 50 lots. Probably going to be less likely to happen now with will serves and water things, but normal case, they would get the whole thing preliminary platted and then final plat in phases to match their marketing and sales. Does the first final plat vest the preliminary plat approval?
I think it would, yeah, because that, I mean, even though you're just final platting a portion of it, you're essentially locking that.
As long as
Approval
that's the
in
case,
place.
and I think we're good, because your preliminary plat would get approved, you'd get a final plat in for your first phase, as long as that final plat got recorded, that preliminary plat would vest for the whole thing.
Mhm.
And then that you could do, if you waited 2 years before you did the second phase.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, we realize
wouldn't have
we're
to
gonna-
go clear back.
Yeah, and in my experience, that's been the practice generally. You know, you could even go out there and plat one lot. It'd be a little weird, but you could and lock that preliminary plat in place.
Yeah, and we know we're going to have phase subdivisions. Right now, we've got Solus Phase 1 submitted their plat. It's going to planning commission next week and will come to you on the 22nd for their first Phase 1 final plat behind Belisol.
And that
So-
should vest the whole Solus preliminary plat, right?
Okay, let's scroll down.
I'd just say on that point, we could add a line, Jim, to just
Back up.
confirm that. I think
Okay.
that's the intent, but I can send you that in my notes if you want.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and scroll down. Okay, coming right through here, that's some general cleanup on our road widths. And then if we scroll down to the next page, this has got the correct asphalt widths of the cross sections we just showed you in the construction design standards. This shows the arterial street at 56 and the collector at 49 and the local at 35. So just those proper or correct street widths. Just a lot of cleanup here. Let's go ahead and scroll down. I'm looking for, okay. So let's go back up. We're on 1628. We made some changes here. Performance guarantee required. So item number 020 guarantee form. We're saying the guarantee shall be in the form of an improvement agreement approved by the city council from time to time, plus an escrow bond or cash guarantee for the amount required by this chapter. And so that's something Matt and I have been working on, cleaning up the language in this section as well. Let's scroll down to the next item.
One comment on
Yes.
that, the ordinance currently actually includes a form agreement in the ordinance, and it's really terrible. So we're just going to take it out and have this language stand so that we can revise it from time to time, bring it back to the city council without having to modify the ordinance.
And you'll see that in a minute. It's just completely, sections just striked out. Guarantee amount. The guarantee amount shall be 100% of the cost of improvements as set forth in the project engineer's estimate. This needs to be a capital. That the estimate shall be required to include A, 5% administrative cost, B, 10% contingency, and C, engineering and quality assurance testing costs. If the city council authorizes an extension of time beyond 1 year to complete the improvements, the extended guarantee shall be equal to 100% of the cost of the remaining improvements. Now, previously we had 125%. We've been looking at, Matt did a deep dive on state statute and requirements, and the 100% is what we can require. We can't do 120, 110 or 120 or 25%. Matt, anything to add there?
Yeah, that's the main reason for the additional language that we're requiring that administrative costs and contingency be included in the engineer's estimate, because we're technically limited to 100% of
So
the
what is the
estimate.
contingency cost clause?
And 10%.
What does that cover? In cases of an increase in price, you can use that 10%.
Yeah, increasing materials costs or utility conflicts
Just a general catch-all.
is something that wouldn't be line itemed in the engineer's estimate.
So if it's not a line item in the engineer's estimate, for example, we had the bridge across the river that the developer was supposed to build. And halfway through the development, the developer went belly up. And we had him bond. But by the time that happened, which was 2 years after the original, the bond was nowhere near enough to finish the job.
Yeah.
That we just eat it no matter what.
Well, in the case of subdivision improvements, you have a year.
I understand that, but if it goes, you know, how we like to work with people, if it goes longer than that year and you end up seeing a huge increase in costs.
You just need to keep
This
the
is-
bond. current.
Yeah, this is what we have. The,
Problem on that one is the bond actually expired.
yeah,
You have to keep your bond current if you want the protection that the bond offers. It's up to the city to make sure the bond stays current. That includes the amount.
one thing we're doing to help with that, Denny, is a little further down here, you'll see that we added some language that anytime they want a partial release from a cash bond, for example, we're actually going to require them to have an updated engineer's estimate so that we can see as of that time, what the costs are anticipated to be. That way, if there's inflation or unanticipated costs, we can take those into account before funds are released. So
That's been
I think that'll
happening
help.
on Heels Phase 3, where it's extended out so long. They've had to update their bond estimate 3 or 4 times.
yeah, and we've worked pretty closely with Dustin on this language to make sure he's comfortable with it. So
Are we no longer allowing letters of credit?
we are not.
Really?
Yeah, we've this as drafted, we're required by statute to allow 2 different types of security. And this draft allows for cash deposited with the city or a third party escrow as the 2 options.
Do we not like letters of credit?
Uh,
Just like the other 2 better.
well,
Just curious.
I've never dealt with a letter of credit necessarily on this type of thing. I don't think they're that common. I don't know, how often have we seen these over the years? The city.
We'd let the bank be the escrow bond or do the escrow bond.
Yeah, I mean, the third party escrow could,
Which
We
would
just
be-
have done both, so that's why I was asking.
yeah.
Just curious.
I think the feeling is we definitely want to stay away from actual bonds, improvement bonds, because like the bridge issue, they just have limitations. So
An extended warranty.
what's that?
It's like trying to get your
Oh, yeah.
extended warranty there.
Yeah, I mean, because there's an insurance company involved.
Yeah.
You have to make
No,
a claim
It's
and
it's a
fight with them.
disaster. Unfortunately, we've been on a couple projects in Vegas that have gone to that.
If you want it, if you want the letter of credit to be another, an option, still we can.
I'm okay not having it there. I was just curious.
Yeah,
why we
we're just trying to simplify it and keep it limited to those things that the staff kind of prefers to work with. So
Hey, one thing we skipped over. There's a section in here that talks about improvements on the valley roads.
What section?
Mhm.
I don't remember.
It's 1624-060. And this is something that's just come up with the way we've decided to fund Vineyard, but
yeah,
you probably need to rework this section now that we've got to that point.
we haven't made any changes to it since the vineyard thing was resolved. So, but we can look at it and bring changes back with the rest.
Okay.
And essentially what you want to see, Mayor, is just the agreement that we've made with the vineyard residents to essentially be carried through, right?
You know,
They pay for sidewalk and the
Council
city
is-
pays for everything else.
you guys is concerned with the way the arrangement we've got going on Vineyards Phase 1 now. Build that arrangement into here instead of this one, which is based on was there another ordinance in addition to this, or was this the ordinance?
this is the
This
one.
is it, yeah.
Yeah.
Just modify this to match what we've done.
Okay.
So we can take a look at that.
Yeah, we'll have to work on that, Jim, but I
didn't
think it'll
notice
actually
that with
simplify
Dustin as
this.
well. Dustin. will work
Yeah.
with us on that.
I think it'll actually simplify this quite a bit because this was more complicated than what we've decided on Vineyard.
Okay. Let's go ahead and scroll down. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, was that performance? That's where we were at, performance guarantee. Okay, go ahead and scroll down. Right here, item 2, I'm forgetting, let's go up a. Sorry, it's C. All right, C1, the request shall include an updated engineer's estimate for completion of the remaining improvements. So this is what Matt was talking about a little while ago, showing to whom and for what amount the release is requested. And that says upon inspection by the city and approval of the requested amount, the city will authorize the holder of the guarantee amount to disperse the approved payments less any amount required to secure completion of remaining improvements. Okay, let's scroll down right here. We've added the city reserves the right to require updated engineers' estimates of the remaining improvements and additional security if required every 6 months in the event that no partial releases are requested.
So Denny, that's the other part of what we've added to give some additional protection.
And so you can see these are the formats that we've removed as you scroll down. This is what Matt was referring to. Okay. And then the last part of the subdivision ordinance is 1632. We've added a section or changed the name. Right here, it was previously owner, builder, developer. We're calling it building on unsubdivided parcel. And if we scroll down to that very last item, this is the language we've added. I believe this was put in for Parade of Homes at one point in time. It will say one unit can be built on an unsubdivided parcel prior to subdivision plat recordation. However, all utilities and improvements must be completed or performance guarantee given prior to building permit issuance. If performance guarantee is given for improvements, then a certificate of occupancy will only be issued upon completion. So our group, we involved Cody in that discussion along with myself and Matt and Brock and the mayor and Dustin. That's the language that we came up with here on this item. Well, let's go to 17. That was up front. That'll be quicker. I just have a couple changes to chapter 1704.
So under this building on unsubdivided, just to make sure, one unit, so it would not be able to do a duplex or a townhome building or a 60-bed assisted living center.
No.
Okay.
But
I'm reluctant to even do one.
you could do a home and an ADU under our ordinance, correct? Yep.
You would have to have the primary use first, yes.
They just cleaned up all that questions we had when it came to the size of the building. It's not one building, it's one unit. Right?
It's addressing a home on an undeveloped legal lot of record.
If I want to build a fourplex, a duplex on my unsubdivided lot, can I build it?
You're gonna have to drag me a long ways before I can
Cody's
know.
vote was to not allow any,
I don't
so
want any. So we still have one that,
Like that.
But the way it's worded, does that mean you couldn't do it?
it does the way it's currently
The way it
written.
says one unit.
One unit.
Okay,
The idea was, and originally you can see the original version referenced a model home. We decided to get rid of that just because model home is kind of an undefined thing. So we decided to just go with one unit.
Does it just need to say one residential unit?
One unit.
well, the discussion went, if an applicant had the land use support and the zoning support, could they potentially build another product? And I think that yes, they could, as much as it pains me to say.
I think I'm gonna hire somebody to bring something in just to push Cody's buttons.
I'm swayed by pickles.
well, and it doesn't address the type of property either, right? It's just an unsubdivided parcel.
Mhm.
So it could be a commercial parcel too, right?
Good.
Good.
One unit.
One unit. There's no question we can refine this.
It's likely going to
One
be
unit,
residential in the subdivision
The
ordinance,
store.
99%.
One resident,
Right.
Yeah,
one resident.
One ERU.
this is,
Say ERU.
we wrestled with this one, honestly. That's why we're chuckling a little bit, but we can refine it. We can say one unit without some additional approval or something like that. If you want to have a way to address, other scenarios. It's hard when you start talking about, well, but do we allow, one building with multiple units? Do we allow, a commercial, what do we allow for a commercial like with multiple units or
Does
because
it get to stay indefinitely? Like, what if they never come back?
well, the scenario that we're really talking about that's most common is, let's say Farron Levitt decided to go over here on his pasture and build a new house. I mean, he could do that without subdividing the property first. That's really what we're trying to allow.
1 unit on the entire property.
1 unit on the entire parcel.
That's it.
And that's an unsubdivided parcel. It was historically surveyed, 100 years ago, and he could do that.
You have to front on streets. I mean, there's.
Yeah, he'd have to provide the utilities, connections and all that stuff.
If he
But
dedicates a street, you'll probably have to go through a subdivision. But if the street's already dedicated, you wouldn't.
so we're basically just saying anything more complicated than that, they're going to have to come in and probably do a subdivision, even if it's a 1-lot subdivision. The advantage of that for the city is then it triggers the subdivision improvement requirements. And then we have a lot more control over, what they're required to build and when, and we get all the performance guarantees, just like any other subdivision. So, which is, that's the scenario that Cody prefers. Right, Cody?
Yeah, I mean, you take that same scenario, if the Farron property, there's an element of entitlement that comes. If he comes in and wants to do a subdivision, he wants to start coming out of the ground vertical as soon as he can to start recouping some of the cash flows. And it's from our perspective, the tradesman, even the developer, if they would admit it, to start building while you're still putting in infrastructure. And there's misses, there's setback misses, and it just goes on and on. So I'm trying to eliminate getting started with anything vertical until we're substantially complete with infrastructure. That makes sense. If it doesn't, you can look to the hills, lot 300.
But in larger developments, a lot of times they'll come in and build a model home early on. You're trying to get away from, would you still allow that or no?
I don't, the term model home typically turns into a term called spec home. And I think that defeats the purpose of allowing a model home. A true model home, last time I saw it was in Brio. They had 5 model homes, and that's something that I haven't been out in years, but I believe they held those 5 models as strictly that. You walk through and you decide what you want, and you pick your interior finishings, floor plan, and that's what you get. That's the end product. I think that's what this would more resemble if it was enforced correctly. Otherwise, they pull a model and there's a for sale sign in it. As soon as we're past, say, 6-way inspection, that's not truly a model.
And we're not really seeing a lot of models anymore. It's
No.
more
Well,
like spec or a home show home.
I mean, if it's more what the mayor is saying, I mean, our home count, single family home count for the fiscal year is 12. We're not seeing a lot of single family homes at this time. We've been so overran with townhomes and multifamily.
Well, since 1st of July
Yeah,
Yes.
fiscal year.
For permit?
However, it's picking up. We've seen 5 or
yeah.
6 in the last month.
yeah.
Very many single family. They're all townhomes.
But we are seeing some single family in the hills.
But you're gonna run out of platted townhomes pretty quick.
You're gonna run out of.
We have a few more for
Single
Heritage
family.
Point. The ones in Desert Village have been issued. We just reviewed one this week for a fourplex in Heritage Village.
You
So
only got what? 20 left.
I'm not sure.
Heritage Point.
Left is what the information I got before this
Like
meeting.
6 or something.
Yeah,
about
4
out of those.
to 6 units left, and Desert Village, as Jim mentions, is sold.
We'll talk about this at the budget retreat, when you look at your projection for next year's permit.
Well, we've got Solus coming on.
Did Matt smack you or was it Selena?
Lena, can we scroll to 17? And we'll go to 17 now. All right, and let's start. Okay, So this is a section we're looking to add 170435 land use decision and water acknowledgement required. So item A, interpretation of zoning ordinance. Any use of land that is not plainly designated as a permitted use or conditional use is prohibited. A specific land use category succeeds one that is more general or broader in scope. Now, this is the language Matt and I have talked about. We do have the provision in our ordinance in a PD situation. It allows the council to make a decision on a land use that's similar to something that's identified on the list. Do we want to keep that in place? Are we fine with this language, just knowing that we still have that provision, or do we need to make a change? What are your thoughts? The idea is typically it's either permitted or it's conditional or it's not allowed. If we have a use that, you know, shouldn't be allowed, that's something they need to apply for a code amendment and ask and go through the process for the city to determine whether or not that use is acceptable. That's pretty common. It's what I've seen done in a lot of other places. I like that we have that caveat or that exception. I think it can be good and bad because it makes it hard on you know, the planner or zoning to say no, you can't do that, or yes, you can do that, or it is similar to this, so maybe we should allow you to do that. And then take it to planning commission or council and ask for that determination. That's always a tough one. It's a little bit easier when it's either permitted, conditional, or not allowed. And if it doesn't appear on the land use list or matrix, you have to apply for a code amendment if you want to do that use.
I think the sort of perfect example
Yeah.
of this is the Jim's RV property. I mean, when Jim's RV first came in, if I remember correctly, that was not a use that was listed as an available use, but the planning commission reviewed it and decided that it was compatible. And so that's where that current, you know, like sort of catch-all in our ordinance comes in. We actually, as I understand it, have another business that had looked at that property recently wanted to do a high-end
Car sales.
high-end car sales.
For a while now it's going to be.
Now
the
it's something
Taffy
else.
shop, the Taffy shop
Yeah.
up on Sunset. He is a resident in Santa Clara and he's
Yeah.
purchased the building, but yes.
So the question is, do you want
Cookies
to,
and
do you
Taffy
want
right there.
to have that catch-all where
Taffy
you can allow uses that are not specifically allowed? Or do you want to go to more of a St. George model, which is St. George City has a huge list of all different kinds of uses, permitted and not permitted. And their ordinance says if it's not on the list, you can't do it. You know, it's
I
very,
can tell you, I like the catch-all.
okay.
St. George recently got in trouble because of their food truck. Same thing, food truck. Well, that's not identified in your list would have to be so huge
Yeah.
that I prefer the catch-all,
Yeah.
not have it be so cut and dry.
Yeah. And that's fine. Like Jim
Yeah.
said, it does create issues where, you know, your planning commission and city council really have to look and go, man, do we want this or do we not? But
Priority is just our commercial zone because everything's permitted and it has that provision in the commercial zone. But those projects, that site plan review just goes to the planning commission. It doesn't come to the council.
that's
in that
true.
case.
That's true.
So you don't have the privilege of reviewing that or that recommendation. I mean, we could change the commercial zone to require a council review, just like the PDR does on a site plan. I don't see how it would hurt anything. Just a thought.
Or we could
So,
tweak that language and
Yeah.
just say that we keep the catch-all, but instead of empowering the planning commission, we empower the city council.
Yeah.
So that it has to go one more step if it's not specifically listed. Maybe that's the way we look at it, Jim.
that's a good way. That's a good point. I think I would like that. Because I want everybody to have their eyes on it and we just make sure that it's something that's wanted in the
That way
community.
we have somebody to hold accountable.
Correct,
The voting public can say, hey, you voted for this and we didn't want it.
right.
Or you voted for it, great. But I mean, to me, the planning commission is an appointed position and Therefore, they have no recourse as to what the planning commission does.
Right. Okay, well, let's look at it that way, Matt. Matt and I will work on this language.
So then you would take A out, correct? Or would A stay?
A would either be modified or come out.
We'd modify
Yeah.
it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, B, land use decision required. No development may commence or land use changed or expanded without a final land use decision, which determines that the development or the change or expansion is allowed in the zone and complies with all land use regulations. C, water acknowledgement required. So this is that cross reference from Title 16. All new land use applications must submit with the application an acknowledgement signed by both the applicant, developer, and the owners of all real property, which are part of the application. That item 1, the applicant is responsible for ensuring that the project or application has sufficient culinary water surface. And 2, approval of any development application by the city does not guarantee that sufficient water will be available to serve the zone, project, or permit for which the application is submitted. We can scroll down. All right, let's go down towards the end. There's a new section that we added. Okay, here we go. The rest is just some real general cleanup. So 1704-220 is vesting and expiration, which we don't currently have in the code. Item A, vesting. 1, process. A completed land use application shall be entitled to substantive review and process under the land use regulations in effect at the time the application is complete. A completed application requires that all information necessary for a final decision has been provided to the land use authority and all fees have been paid. 2, uses and density. A land use application shall not be considered formally approved or vested in that approval until the land use authority has approved the final site plan, final construction drawings, or final plat. B, expiration. Recognizing that the length of the planning, building, and engineering review process will vary with the size and complexity of each proposal, applicants must move their applications either to approval or denial in a reasonable it's getting late, and I know this word, expeditious manner. The city may, and it's not late, it's just, we've been at it for a while today. The city may formally close applications which remain inactive for 1 year or longer due to the acts or omissions of the applicant. 1, an application is deemed inactive and subject to closure based on inactivity if through the act or omission of the applicant and not the city, one of the following occurs. 1, more than 1 year has passed since the last substantive contact between staff and the applicant. Sporadic non-substantive contact shall not be sufficient to move an application forward or prevent closure. Let's scroll down. B, more than 1 year has passed since a request for additional information was made by staff, which request has not been complied with or was incomplete or insufficient. C, the applicant is more than 30 days in default of the payment of any fee assessed or required by ordinance. D, the applicant has informed the city of intent to abandon the project. 2, when the designated planning, building, or engineering staff member determines an application is inactive, the application file may be closed. 2 more. A, no application may be closed based on inaction without giving 30-day calendar days written notice to the applicant. Written notice may be delivered in person or by mail or by email. Such notice must state the intent of the respective department to have the project closed because of inaction and what the applicant must submit in a timely manner to maintain an active file. And B, applicants who fail to provide a full and complete response shall not prevent closure if the requested information or submissions are insufficient, untimely, or incomplete.
The preliminary plat approval before they have to submit an extension, is it 1 year or is it 18 months?
1 year.
Is it a year?
It's a year.
1 year.
Just want to make sure it matches.
So would this have applied to like the edge of Grand Desert?
It has applied. They've.
We did.
But it's
I guess you gotta
expired.
notify them now.
Yeah.
right?
Is the extension we did expired?
Yes, that expired in May.
In
Oh,
May,
really?
Last May.
So we recently looked into that and that expired in May. Because it came to the council for a 1 year extension. So they would need to start over again with preliminary. It's been a minute since they've,
Explain.
But just to be clear, they still have a development agreement. So
yeah.
they're still vested in their
So
development.
does that
agreement.
trump this?
Well, they would have to, anything that, sorry, let me take a half step back. The development agreement doesn't expire.
Right.
So anything that they've gotten approved since then, though, would be expired and they'd be essentially starting back at square
Their
one.
preliminary plat they resubmitted would have to comply with the development agreement.
Correct.
But the
Yes.
preliminary plat that was approved has expired and is no longer.
Correct.
But
Yes.
all the groups that were coming in the last year before expiration were saying that didn't work for them anyways. They would have to change the plan. So really, it's good for someone to come in
Yeah,
and
the
do a
zone
new
change
plan.
never expires in any
Yeah.
event. So,
So the zone change and the development agreement are good.
right,
Preliminary plat would have.
right.
But that preliminary is kind of like an overall plan, preliminary phasing plan, because they're going to subphase it into final plats. So, they have to restart that approval. Which makes sense because the folks that own the property have done nothing for a long time. And they're not getting along anyways, so it needs to be sold off and a new group needs to come in. So that's it on this one.
So I have a
That's
question. If we put a moratorium in place for some reason, for that 6-month window, and we have an application, so we have an application. Currently, that application is considered vested, right? At time of application. So under this, we have an application, we put a moratorium in place. If we change something and then we haven't issued them final approval, then they have to comply with whatever comes out of that moratorium.
Yeah, I think the answer would be yes, unless, so the key, the key question to determine which law applies, and that would include ordinances, regulations, whatever, is if they have if they complete application or substantially complete application and they've paid their fees, et cetera. So once you file your application, paid your fees, and there's nothing major left that you have to submit, if the laws change, if the ordinances change, you don't have to comply with those ordinances.
So how does this play with that then? Number two, for vesting.
Sorry, I lost my place, so I don't have it. Is it up on the screen?
yeah.
It's 47, page 47.
Item 2A or 2B, which one are?
No, it's 17040220. A2.
220A2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Where it says uses and density.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's talking about the approval of the application. So that's a different vesting. So with the filing of the application, we're talking about vesting in the current ordinances. In other words, someone completes an application, the city can't say, well, we're going to change the rules now that your application is filed. That's talking about when your development rights actually vest. You can go forward with the plans that you have. And that vesting, it's saying that vesting would take place at the approval of the site plan, final construction drawings, or final plat.
Right.
So it's two different things. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on this item? I'm gonna proceed with the discussion with the planning commission next week, and then Matt and I will work on it before it's brought back to you on some of the cleanup and suggestions. So, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep.
Special events ordinance discussion. 12.
Okay, you'll recall that we just had this discussion in January and it was so fun and so fresh on our minds, we decided to bring it right back. Matt and I have worked on this and hoping that revisions we've made are acceptable to council members. The first item here is special event, and we kind of went back and forth with this number. But we feel a gathering of more than 200 people, a gathering of 200 people is pretty substantial. That's a lot of people. And we weren't really comfortable with changing that number to 250 or 300. We felt that 200 is a good number. So I'll just start with that. Let's scroll down to the next highlighted area. Okay. And so,
Jim, can I make one comment on
Yes.
that before you move on?
yeah,
I think there were some that felt that it might be wise to lower that number even more. And so
right.
I think that's something we ought to think about, especially considering some of the other changes that we've made. So maybe just keep that in mind as we go through this.
So let's stop right there. Let's go back to the previous page, just to start that doc. Okay, so right here, we get into any athletic event, entertainment event, parade, carnival, circus, dance, music event, etc., political event, and then going down to the next page, or outdoor sales, whether held for profit, nonprofit, or charitable purposes, held on private or public property within the city, unless otherwise exempted under paragraph D below. So now we'll go to paragraph D. And D says the following are not special events under this chapter. And the first item, the numbering's weird there, events held exclusively on private property that do not require use of city resources. Second, city organized events are not special events. However, events sponsored by the city are special events if not organized by the city. 3, events for which a city facility has been rented shall not be considered special events unless at the time of application, city staff determines that a special event permit is required based on special needs for city resources such as public safety, police and fire. So those are the changes that we made in this particular section.
We go back.
Matt, did you want to add on to that?
I would just say that based on the comments that were made by the city council, we tried to interpret the feedback that we got. And one of the things that seemed clear to us was that you didn't want these to apply to private events or events on private property. So that's a pretty big change, because before this would have extended to cover large events even on private property.
Such as a wedding.
Right.
So can I ask one question?
Mhm,
And I'm just going to use an example because it's easy. So when the high school had prom or whatever it was at
Mhm.
Ryan's place,
mhm,
it would fall under private property,
mhm.
but because all the parking was held on city streets,
It would,
they wouldn't be exempt from this, right? Or they would?
correct.
They wouldn't, right?
They wouldn't be exempt, right? Because they needed city property to facilitate the parking,
City resource.
city resources. Assuming they have more than 200 people. That's the other thing. They would have to have more than 200 people. If they were under that, they could park on the street and they wouldn't need a permit.
What if they use our city parking lot or our police officers?
Well,
Yeah.
if they needed police officers or some other, thing that,
That kicks in.
well, and that would be, it would be hard to require them to do anything to get a permit if they're just parking on the street, for example. But if they need someone to direct traffic, of course, they're going to have to come to the city and say, we need someone to direct traffic. And at that point you say, well, then you need a special event permit so that we can provide those additional resources. But generally speaking, if it's a private event, and let's say you have a big party at your house and your guests park on the public street, that would not trigger this.
So Halloween is exempt under this then?
No, because that closes a public street.
Oh, because they're closing.
They
Yeah,
need to come and get one because they're barricading or closing the street.
yeah.
I think under special events in A, it says the temporary event of any of the following or a combination of the following acts. With a gathering of more than 200, any athletic event, entertainment event, parade, carnival, circus, dance, musical event, rodeo event, fighting event, racing event, live shows, fairs, concert, block parties, filming event, political event, or outdoor sales event, whether held for profit, nonprofit, or charitable purposes held on private or public property within the city unless otherwise exempted under paragraph D.
Right. So the way that's currently written, it would still have to be more than 200 people was my point. So if you had 150 people, it would not, this would not require a special event permit. And that's why some of the discussion was after we kind of exempted out some of those other things like private events. We thought, maybe we should just lower that,
Well, I'm thinking there could be some issues come up where you have your vacation rental areas and there may be parties established in some of those recreation areas up there that are going to have 100 people, 150 people. And again, they're private streets and not requiring anything. But if I'm a neighbor in a private residence and they're next door to me, I'm not going to be a real happy camper.
I can hear Ben down there whispering.
I'm guessing those
I
are,
love CCNR.
they've got all their CCNRs in place that would disallow that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
guessing.
I mean, the city,
Well, they do. I mean, that's the fact they do, and we require that. We require that
yeah,
when they to provide their CCNRs and all that.
But the enforcement of a CCNR is not the city's.
it's not the city's responsibility. So if somebody came to the city and said, so-and-so had a party with 250 people in,
No, I mean,
in,
Arcadia.
yeah, Arcadia, we'd say, well, if it was private property, private streets, the city can't do anything about that. We can't require a permit.
Well, it would probably be around their pools and water rides and all of that, their amenity features.
And I'm not saying
Yeah.
that that's all bad. I'm just,
Right.
I'm thinking that if we have to have a policeman called into an event
Mhm.
going on like that, what happens then?
You mean someone calls the police and you have to respond to it?
You have to respond.
Well, I think that would just fall under our regular, ordinances for noise and nuisance and so on.
I'm thinking of a party at my house.
A better police have been called to single family residence for rental far more than they have our vacation rentals and things like that. So are we gonna, same thing there?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why when he says 200, maybe we ought to look at what would make it. Of course, 20 could be too many depending on who they're doing.
Or maybe it's 150.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 200.
Yeah, and keep in mind, again, by exempting out private properties, we're really now just talking about city property and public spaces, So how many people do you want to allow in a
Yeah.
park for an event without a special event permit? If they rent under one of the exceptions, if they rent the pavilion, they can have as many people as they want. Unless the city decides that, that it's excessive and requires too many city resources, and then we can require them to get a special event permit. So there's just so many, the hard thing about this is we've sat around and talked about this for, hours now, and we just keep thinking of new scenarios, and so it's hard to imagine every single scenario. There's just so many.
I think it's well written. Like I said, I think the private property was a big concern. So
Yeah.
now it just comes down. I really think as you look through it, you're right. We could beat this to death and probably still not have the perfect answer because everybody in this room has a different opinion on.
And we may be back in a couple of years to make a change to it. We
Yeah,
just don't.
that's why
know.
I don't think
Yeah.
we're gonna get it perfect. Well, we just don't know because you're right. You don't
Yeah.
know what's going to. So then I think the real question is what's that number? And
Yeah,
200 people is a lot of people.
it is a lot of people, but at the same time, one of the things I brought up when we talked about this last is, my ward had a Christmas dinner. We had 240 people show up just from our ward. If we would have had that at the park instead of at the church, it would have required a special event permit.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what you want, but it
That's a
just
lot
kind of
of
helps
people.
put it in perspective. It is a lot of
That would be a
people,
lot
but
of people. Yeah.
you know, for a church group, you could exceed that pretty easily.
I think you've got provisions in it where you've got, if they're making excessive noise, you call. The police are involved, and I mean, if there's something they're doing wrong, we can certainly step in.
Yeah. One thing we've tried to do is build in some flexibility for staff. You know, if you're familiar with the controversy over in St. George with the HBO drag show program, and what really the biggest issue there was staff issued a permit, probably should have kicked it to city council because it was controversial. This does allow staff to kick a decision to city council for any reason. So
And then we were careful to put that in here.
Yeah.
Make sure it comes to you folks. If we scroll down.
Okay, hang on, I have a comment.
Hmm.
Because I was remembering this. In our parks ordinance, Q says no group of 25 or more persons shall use a park or trail without first applying for and obtaining a special event permit.
okay. So we need to make sure we're consistent with whatever we do here.
Well,
That's, is that one we updated recently,
mhm,
right? We made
1220,
changes to it.
1220.010 Q.
That's why I sit by her.
And that's something we can go. Well,
I mean,
those are the ones that Lena had asked us to make some changes to them. So we have recently. So that's what we're always trying to do is find, you got to match the code up because one section will say one thing and one will say another. So.
one way we could address that, and from my perspective, is if you wanted to do what we're talking about here with the special event permits, we could modify that section to say, rather than you're required to have a special event permit for over 25 people, you could just say you're required to reserve the facility in advance or something like that.
That would be a reservation with the Parks Department, right, Ryan? I mean, maybe that was the intent there, but we need to clarify the language.
Yeah. That way you could have, more than 25 people with just a reservation, but then for a bigger group or more resources required, then this would kick in still. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, a family birthday party, you could get 25 to 50 at a city park.
Yeah.
So.
So what happens with our pirate ship in this? Because it's not like an official event
And there's
necessarily.
typically not more than 200 there at a time at one
On
time.
private property.
On Halloween, there's definitely more than 200 there.
At one time.
Not at one.
I mean, the
time.
line goes down the street, the whole street's full of people. You can hardly drive a car through sometimes.
Well, and the Christmas is true down in the subdivision.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true at camps too.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They're done.
It's grandfathered. I don't know. Sorry.
Well, is it really an event is my question.
Charming. My word last time was charming.
Is it a
It's
special?
on the charming
Well, I don't-
exemption.
I don't mean. People want to stop, that's fine.
Well, and I would say
It's an
that's,
interesting
I would say
vote.
that's whether it's an event or not, that's on private property. The real question, I think, is how, to what extent does it impact city resources? I mean, if the line is blocking, the right of way so that people can't get through there, I think the city might say, well, even though it's on private property, you need a special event permit because you're impacting city resources. And I think you could do that under this. You might not necessarily be required to come in, and get the permit in advance, but if
I've
it was
seen-
known that was the impact, you would.
Matt, I've seen both cases. So we talked about a Halloween party where they close the street, they're blocking it. That's one scenario, but I've seen a street like a cul-de-sac, 4 or 5 owners decide they're going to give away full candy bars, full-size drinks, cider, hot chocolate, all of that. There might be 200 people in that cul-de-sac with moms and kids because that's where everybody's,
Yeah.
gathering because they've got the good stuff. I don't think that would need a special event permit.
Yeah. I mean,
Something like
to me,
that.
that's more of a spontaneous thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk
Yeah.
about, a lot of us that have had like, block parties where you put up a table in the cul-de-sac and have a potluck, but you're not really,
Yeah.
you're not really impeding anything, in a neighborhood like that. But certainly if you're blocking the street, I think there's going to be judgment calls there.
Well, and you get people that drive their kids to certain neighborhoods and blocks because that's where the good stuff is. We've all seen cars pull up and drop kids off. So I don't think you're going to avoid that.
Yeah.
That's where they have the full size candy bars and Coke and yeah.
So Jared, did you say no on the pirate ship? He can't do it anymore?
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't
No, I just-
encourage it at all. That's the trick. I don't want to like add some layer of complexity where you just decide it's not worth it.
I don't think we're looking to discourage that.
So on the number of people, I like that, but what if I plan my protest and I think 100 people will show up and 500 people show up? How are we addressing? Like retroactively, or do we address this later saying you ought to anticipate that you might need a special event permit, so you better just go ahead and get one?
Well, go ahead, Matt. We'd have them apply and come to TRC and then probably bring it to the council, but go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those situations where I think if someone organizes an event and truly doesn't expect there to be over that number, I think it'd be pretty hard to hold them, accountable for a violation of the ordinance or whatever. I think we would encourage them if there's any chance that it's going to be that big, but
And I think that's where the process comes into play. We have 45 days. We have that 45-day process. And so the word's going to get out, like our groups that come and do, if we had an Ironman or we have Red Rock that wants to do a series of 3 races in the community that require police and fire and EMS and all of that, they know that process. They know they need to come in ahead of time. They'll probably come in at least 2 months. If we have any issues or problems, we've got that window. We've got that time period, and that time allows for us to make a decision if we're not comfortable to bring it to the council to have a discussion. That's why we've put that in there. We've done research with other communities, St. George, Washington City, Ivans, Hurricane, and others all have that 45-day window for these larger events.
Sure. I'm not using the 45-day window because I just organize
apply
it
for a
for
permit.
tomorrow night, and I don't think there'll be 200 people.
And we're going to shut you down. The cops are coming.
Yeah, that was
Okay, that's what I want to know.
was the other.
At a certain point, when I say I have to end this, I don't have a permit.
Well,
Yeah, I think
that's a good
there's
question.
really two things that we're talking about. One is, do you get to continue your event? And I think the answer is the city could, I think at that point, justifiably come in and say, you need to be done because you don't have a permit.
Mhm.
Are you going to be held criminally liable because you didn't get a permit? You thought
Right.
50 people were going to show up and 250. I mean, I don't think so.
That makes sense if we.
But I think
expand it.
it gives the city justification though to come in and say, look, this gathering is illegal under our special event,
And our police and fire will know because they attend TRC and they know those items, the ones that have been approved and the ones that haven't been discussed, they would know that.
And there may be those events where it
Yeah.
pushes the limit,
Yeah.
unknowing to the applicant, or again, if they do it again the following year, then okay, that's going to need a
Right.
special event.
Right.
So, or permit.
Like True Grit, they know, they come every year. They
Right.
know we have other events that know our process and they come a couple months ahead of time. So
So Shakespeare in the Park will fall under this, right?
Yes. It would.
What about Wreaths Across America?
That, I think it would.
That's gonna require a permit.
Mhm.
Do we have to?
But what isn't, just ask Matt on Wreaths Across America, where now is becoming done by the city.
Well, is it,
City.
this D2 where it says city organized events are not special events. However, events sponsored by the city are special events if not organized by the city. Is Wreaths Across America still involved in the organization?
So if the city's actually organizing the event, I think you'd be covered by that exception. And again, we're splitting hairs there a little bit, but we're trying to anticipate different things, you know. Okay.
All right, Danny, everybody, did their what if, but you get one.
Can't think of one. We're good. The number, what are you thinking as far as a number?
I think 200 is fine. I
me
don't think it
Like
matters.
100.
200?
So on Shakespeare in the Park, wouldn't they qualify under number 3 because they're renting a city facility?
Do they rent the park for that?
I don't think so.
We could just say they're renting it, right? Charge them $5.
Well, we have an application to rent a city facility though.
And it would have to be on our fee schedule, right?
Well, and you'd want it, so you provide the traffic control and, everything that goes along with it, so.
I mean, to me, that qualifies because they need the traffic control because the parking is here and people are crossing the street and, they need use of the park and the city office parking lot.
And I don't think the application process isn't hard. It's not
Yeah, it's just the expense of the insurance and getting security.
That's what I worry about a little bit is we've got organizations like American Society of Civil Engineers, the guys who do Tree City
And if the chamber comes,
Chamber. We've got one coming next month.
But again, if
but they come here,
but they come here and
which is okay.
and use the
They don't
banquet
have to
room,
have
right?
insurance.
No, as long
Not
as
a special
as
event.
long as they're not, well, as long as they don't need additional resources other than just the facility that they're
Okay.
renting, then
Yeah, which is item 3 on there.
so that was intentional so that, for example, a wedding reception, somebody rents the banquet room for a half day and 500 people show up. Our feeling was that shouldn't require a special event
But
permit.
that's on the fee schedule and they actually fill out a rental application.
They fill out a rental agreement and they,
So when the chamber comes, is it the same thing? They're renting the space and they're doing
I
it.
assume that they're still reserving the space.
They've reserved it, but they're waiving the fee.
And maybe we need to say reserved instead of rented to cover those
That's the state of the
scenarios.
city address.
Yeah. I don't know if they filled out any application or anything into.
We just cleared a day.
We didn't have 200 people there, did we?
I don't know how many are
Yeah.
gonna come this time.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Might get disbanded halfway through, so.
Yeah,
you're a state of the city.
maybe we say reserved instead of rented, so it's clear. Just,
We just need to make sure we're.
they just need to make
treating
advance
everybody fairly.
arrangements.
I don't want to ask any more questions.
I agree.
It's past my bedtime.
We still have another item and I'm sorry.
We're leaving at 9. We want to get to item 7 here.
Matt and I will work on this.
Last, right?
We got the changes and bring this back. This is just city code. It's not land use. So it just comes back to the council. It doesn't go to PC. So.
Did you get through it, Jim?
Got one more item.
No, did
Oh.
you get through that one?
Oh, I did. Yes, that's all we need on that one.
All right. Okay, item number 7, residential rentals, short-term, long-term, and business licensing, Title V.
All right, this was another fun discussion we had in November. We're talking about requiring business licenses for both short-term rentals and long-term rentals. And that's kind of what we're hitting right now at this point, bringing back to you. I have 2 drafts. Let's bring the first draft up of an ordinance we could consider. If you scroll back up, I believe this one, the first one, I'm sorry, is for short-term rental properties. And so license and operational requirements. And so we have license required. And so we have the language where the license is required. A key here is a person who owns multiple short-term residential rentals is not required to obtain more than one business license for the operation and maintenance of those short-term residential rental property. So someone could have 3 rentals. They pull 1 business license. That seems to be the norm in the area, not requiring additional business licenses if you have more than 1 short-term rental. And then the license not being transferable is the next item. Not transferable between persons or structures. Any person holding such license shall be given written notice within 30 days to the business license official after having transferred or otherwise disposed of legal or equitable control of any rental dwelling unit license under this article. So a change in ownership. The transient room tax does apply. I believe all communities in the state are already receiving that. That's my understanding of it through state travel and tourism. So it talks about the transient room tax, garbage removal. If we scroll down, this is something that we need to make sure is in place. The garbage removal section is already in 1768, which is the PD zone where short-term rentals are allowed as a conditional use in a project. We have the cleaning service that cleaned at least weekly while occupied in between tenant occupancy. We have the local property manager required. It's important that a local property management company or manager be available on call. As we know, there's been issues where things have happened in the middle of the night. Maybe it's a party, maybe it's a complaint, and the owner has to go out and clear out the unit itself or get rid of the folks causing the problem. We scroll down a little bit more, owner and property manager responsible. The owner and property manager shall be jointly and severally severally liable for any violations of this article, and any rental dwelling unit which is found in violation of this article or any other requirement of this code may be subject to revocation of the short-term residential business license. And then the city inspection, we talked about this. We've seen some that have a lot of processes because they're fully staffed with a lot of code enforcement folks that go out and view these all the time and deal with problems or violations. We added this, it's simple and to the point. The city may require an inspection of the rental dwelling unit as a condition of obtaining or renewing a business license if determined necessary by city staff. If we have a bunch of complaints about certain short-term rentals in certain areas, it's a party place, it's a problem, we get constant complaints, that's something we may go out and do inspections on every year before a renewal is granted. So this is just a draft. This is a start. We needed to bring it back. We need to start having these licensed, as we've talked about before, because we're already requiring a business license for an IADU or an ADU. We've talked about doing business licensing for both short-term and long-term rentals as well. And so this is what we have for short-term at this point. Matt and I have been discussing this and working on this one along with Brock. So what are your thoughts or comments on this one?
Like it.
I like it too.
That's great.
Okay. And this is another one we can bring back to you because it's City Code Title V, business licensing. So that is the one for short-term rental. We have another one for a long-term rental. And it's kind of funny that a long-term rental is 30 days or greater, right? Versus short-term rental. When I rented places, you signed a 6-month lease or a 12-month lease or whatever that was for an apartment. But nowadays things are a little bit different. So again, we have license required. And again, we have that provision. A person who owns multiple rental dwelling units or multiple buildings containing rental dwelling units is not required to obtain more than one business license. So we have that. If we scroll down, this is the non-transferable provision that we just discussed in the previous one. Very similar. Once you are going to sell that property, you need to reach out to the business license official and let them become aware of that. I think some people will do it, but others may not. And so when they come in and apply, they'll have to start over again. They would have to do a new application anyways, but hopefully most of the landlords will tell us if they've sold it or things are changing. The business license shall not be required for a dwelling unit, which is ordinarily owner occupied, but is temporarily rented because, and so we added the owner is placed in a hospital, nursing home, assisted living facility, or other similar facility. Or item 2, And we see this a lot in our area. The owner has a bona fide temporary absence of 3 years or less for activities such as temporary job assignments, sabbaticals, or voluntary service. Indefinite periods of absence from the dwelling shall not qualify for this exception. And then the last item is city inspection. If we know it's a problematic situation or we have some concerns with what's going on there, we can require, an inspection by both the building department and fire.
One question, and it's
Yeah.
a personal question. I have a daughter whose husband is in the military
Mhm.
and his assignment is 3.5 years.
Mm.
They've rented it for the 3.5 years,
Okay.
but planning on coming back. And we've got a 3-year window on that.
Yeah.
Do they need to buy a license? I mean, it's military where he's been assigned there. It's not.
I would think if he could provide something to us, we could look at that case by case.
I
You know,
think
something,
somebody has something like that, they just need to come in and talk to staff, just come in and visit with staff and we would work with somebody, something like that. We'd be more than willing on a military assignment. So.
Well, maybe we could just add that. I think we could add another.
Maybe you
Add
could
military.
just,
Could add
in
another
that
line.
specific case, put term of
Yeah.
military service.
Yeah.
okay.
I don't see a problem with just putting that right in there.
All right, we'll add that. And again, this is another one we can bring back to you, the council. So it'll probably be the 22nd. So we're moving some things through. That's all I have on this one. Do you have any other questions?
Questions, council? Thank you, Jim.
Thanks.
Staff reports, Ryan?
Real quick, we purchased a new Kubota tractor. We received it 2 weeks ago tomorrow. I want to thank each one of you for allowing us to acquire the equipment we need to get the job done. It'll definitely get put to a lot of good use. Crew's been out, staying busy, getting everything trimmed up and cleaned up and getting ready for the busy season, which is here now. Now through the first week of April, we have tournaments scheduled every weekend.
Wow.
So they're going to be busy. And then Little League starts. So busy time of year for us. Other than that, just normal. Burials have picked up. We had a nice time off for a couple months, but we're busy with that again. So a lot of park reservations and that kind of thing. None over 200. So, that we know of. So anything that's all I have. Any questions for me?
Any updates on the garden, the orchard and all that? Is it just sitting still?
No updates yet, other than we are selling ladders. We posted it 2 weeks ago. Today and tomorrow, we'll have a guy there for 3 hours. They bring their receipt, come here, City Hall, pay for them, bring the receipt. We had 48 ladders. And I think we've sold just under 20 of them. So we'll probably be reposting that and doing it again. Seems like the first 2 days they're flying off the hook, and then I think people just look at the first page when they go on to postings. So we'll do that again. We'll have some loppers for sale and all the plastic totes and that kind of thing. We're not going to get rid of everything, but we really don't have anywhere to store it. So we can get rid of those buildings and go from there. So.
I do have a question on, now that the road's staked out where it's going, there's going to be a fairly substantial area on the east side of the road. As that road bends to the west and connects, do we have any intention to try to include that into something, or is it just going to be a landscape strip?
Probably landscape strip. There's a well. One of the irrigation wells is in that thing. The irrigation pipe is in that thing. So it'll probably just be a plant strip on it adjacent to the road. We may come in there when we finish off the road and put some gravel down or plant a tree or something. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Dustin?
The Utopia fiber is between 85 and 90% complete throughout the city. They think they are going to be able to join up with TDS on this interconnect. They should know in the next couple of days. They're still trying for the St. George City permit where they can start lighting up service.
Don't they want to sign the agreement? Wasn't the agreement the only thing waiting for St. George or St. George City to go forward? And that was sent to Roger.
Well, that's what they're tired of waiting on is the St. George City permit. They're trying to do this one with TDS.
Agreement.
Well, it was a pole attachment agreement. Is that what they're waiting for, or is there more?
No, this is the underground boring permit. Gary knows the pole attachments. I haven't been involved with that at all. I'm just talking on the underground boring.
Who they working with St. George City on that?
The same woman me and you were talking back and forth with. I can't remember her
She
name.
pushed the pole attachment through, but I don't know that she was working on anything other than that.
Yeah. That's just what I'm getting from them. They think they'll have this TDS agreement done in the next couple of days.
Who are you working with, Mayor?
Barbara Barrett at the city.
Oh,
And
In-
she
in the
got
power
the
department.
pole attachment through St. George Legal and back to us. But
Vineyard Drive Phase 1 water main is complete. The city staff's going to start hooking up service tomorrow. They put out notices to residents that they'll have some water outages throughout the day while they get their service hooked up. The Phase 2 water line, they're up into Riverfront today. Got the valve cluster installed. We got the rest of the road saw cut to the end of Phase 2. We'll start pulling asphalt for them and we'll continue up that. I assume there'll be another week or two and then they'll head down and start the full Phase 1 reconstruct. Get that section completed. The Truman Drive water line was completed yesterday. We had the trench patched. They used a rubber tire mini X up there, but the road was so decayed that we lost 8 to 11 feet of the asphalt. So we just paved an entire stretch there, but it turned out really nice. I've ordered the last cabinet and equipment to upgrade our traffic signal at Canyon View and Santa Clara Drive. That's the last upgrade we needed to do. That'll put us up to snuff on all of our traffic signals for the next 20 years. That's all I have. Any questions for me?
Thanks for trimming. I got a call on, went out of Arrowhead onto Santa Clara Drive that you just couldn't see, and I didn't notice it for a few days, but it looks awesome. So you had to pull out there to kind of look to the left. Oh, thanks for doing that.
Chief,
So every year there was the Winter Fire School, so that took place in St. George down to Dixie Center and then up at Dixie ATC. So a couple of our folks went through, we got some certificates that are required, safety officer training, and it's all free actually. Well, minimal cost, but trainers come down. I'm sure you guys have seen that over the years of smoke coming off the Dixie ATC up there. So that was good. There was also the Chiefs symposium that they do. A couple legislators, I don't know who they were specifically, but they just went through some of our public safety legislation regarding URS and some pretty good updates. Some EMS bills coming out that should help us with billing, and Ty and Adam are going up. I think it's next week to talk about wildland rates. So they're going to still participate in that. You know, whatever we recuperate, they determine that at the state level, you know, what they'll charge for positions and stuff, but they're going to go up there and hopefully have an impact on that. Ryan's going to do the same. Ryan Moore does our EMS, that meetings actually the day prior. So I think it's Monday, Tuesday next week. So interesting stuff on our legislation. I'll try to be brief, of course, here, but the Utah Tech Alliance, those folks are going to put together some type of grant for us. We don't know exactly what that's going to be yet, but we'll try to give them a manageable project that they can complete for their term. We talked about that cardiac arrest that occurred. We're going to do that awards presentation probably on the 22nd of February. So that gentleman's he's going to attend. He'll be here. So that'll be a neat thing. But let's see, we have a drone in service. Lance Haney, he's working with that and work with the parks guys on that. And he's actually just practicing and training with it. We had to get it registered with the FAA, but that does a lot of cool stuff for us. We can see on calls, just like kind of fire activity, and then they can do some like response planning, building surveying and those type of things. So that's exciting for Lance, at least. I think that's really it. I got a whole sheet of stuff, but I'm not going to go through it all. So
Cody?
Yeah, we've stayed steady. We realize and recognize that a slowdown is coming, but solar has became really popular. We're at 16 for the year. I think Gary reported 50s and 50 or 56. Anyway, we've had 16 in the last 6 months. So we also recognize the slowdown because we see a lot more remodels, people staying in place, remodels, additions, things like that. So we have 11 in-house now, and then awnings, patios, and more solar for a total of 7. But the big numbers that I'm intrigued by is that I mentioned earlier, we have 103 permits so far this year. I came into this meeting, I said, where were we at last year? Because last year felt like we were doing pretty well. So comparatively, this year we're at 103. Last year at this time we were at 61. So I don't know what she's doing. She's got them on a fire sale, or she sold 4 more today. So that's not even part of these numbers. Going through the 08 slowdown, I think we all felt that in some degree. And looking back at that, I hope that it doesn't emulate that. And I can see a little difference in that we had no inventory coming through the pipe. Right now we have the point that's on. I don't think they'll slow down unless it really gets scary with financing. We have Desert's Edge. I don't think he has any intentions on slowing down once he gets going. And then Solus Phase 1 was recently approved final plat. So once they get their infrastructure in, they'll pick away at single family homes. Vineyards 11 and Lugano are also online for more inventory for building permits, of course, and growth. So I'm not quite as afraid as maybe I was in 08, but yeah, it's still a little bit unnerving for me and everyone. It kind of just snowballs and heads downhill. But commercial, let's touch on that. Pat A, I've said this before, but we've arm wrestled over impact fees. We finally sold a TI permit for Great Clips. Roxbury Smoothie is right behind them. They haven't purchased yet. Great Clips has. And Beans and Brew, they want to be in there, but they're having some heartburn with their current landlord. So with that, Quench It, dissolved. I think we announced that. And Soda Mix, Jim's working with them on signage, and they're not modifying the building at all, so they say. So I think that'll be a smooth transition. And then, as Jim touched on earlier, Jim's RV will become a taffy shop or taffy distributor. So, any questions? Not Laffy Taffy.
Just an FYI on the solar. My wife says she's had to fend off 3 different solar salesmen at our front door the last couple of weeks. And they were feeding her incorrect information. She knows, because I tell her all of our regulations and everything. And so she should make sure Gary really is meeting with everyone and giving them the truth before they sign up officially. So,
well, and if you get salesmen, they should be licensed.
Yeah.
With the city. If they don't have a license,
yeah,
tell them to call the city office. We'll send somebody out there to talk to them, because they have to come through and get licensed to do door-to-door sales. So, and also when we can address their information as well at that point, if they are giving out the wrong information.
It may not hurt to maybe post that, just, hey, please check that any salesmen are licensed with the city prior to just for that.
Like the one salesman was saying, we can get you out of the solar liability charge. My wife's like, no, everyone has to pay that if they have solar. No, we can get you out of it, I promise.
Sign here.
She was
supposed to have IDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, DITSI goes through and they do background checks, I believe, and then they get a badge that has their picture on it and everything. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brock?
Just,
Oh, Jim, he moved. Thought he went home.
I just didn't make it over there. So we have a lot going on. It's getting busy. There's a lot going on, a lot in the pipeline, a lot of things being talked about. Busy TRC tomorrow, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I've talked plenty today and seen some of you all day long, so we all want to go home. Thank you.
I'm very pleasant.
I'm sorry for that. What I meant is everybody would like to go home. You've heard enough for me. That's towards me.
Jim doesn't come. All right. Mine will be quick. We had our first judge selection. The judge nominating committee met on Tuesday. We had 12 applicants. We narrowed it down to 5 that we'll interview a week from tomorrow. And then we have to bring at least 3 out of that. We'll bring 3 to the mayor, and the mayor then makes a decision. So we've got some good ones. So that's happening. Depending on who it is, if it's a new judge that has not been a judge before or a current sitting judge, then it'll take a little longer for him to or her to get to sit and be able to do it because they have to go to new judge orientation. They got a few classes they've got to go attend. If it's one that is currently a judge already, they'll hit the ground running. They can get going right away. So, and there's a couple of those in there. So, remember the budget retreat on the 16th. Forget about that. Lots of fun. A lot of new items are getting added to that for that discussion. We hope to be done by 5:30. Items keep getting added, so it's kind of like these work meeting agendas. They keep getting bigger, a lot more. Yeah. So hopefully this hasn't it came to our attention this last week though, but specifically Dowdle Puzzle, like we're one of these. We've had issues with our emails getting out. They reached out. Krista said, you know, I told her I would send it off last week. Nothing happened. She reached out. I had sent it last week, but our emails were having trouble. So hopefully you guys are getting all of our emails. But I'd even checked with Shelly on some stuff. And I said, I sent this one. I sent that one. She's like, I don't see it ever being sent. So she did some work on some of the emails in the back end on some configurations between Office 365 and Proofpoint. And, you know, it went back out that day. It got there. So
I asked him to let me know if he hadn't seen it.
so he got it and paid, and we're good with Dowdle Puzzle on that. So that's moving forward. But he said it's just kind of been an issue that we just kind of found out about. So, and some of our emails, it's funny, or you guys, so we may have missed emails from you guys because there are a lot of them are going into junk or into quarantine. Even one from Shelly in IT, she sent to me, went into quarantine. So we had some random things with email. So if you haven't heard back, if you send an email to somebody you haven't heard back, text them, call, or whatever, because it may have missed, it may have hit somewhere. So other than that,
Where's
other
the
thing,
quarantine room?
I'm just wondering, did you get all mine? I've been sending lots of emails.
I'll check that quarantine box. I think, you know, we appreciate Selena covering again tonight. Chris has been out sick, so we appreciate having Selena here with us. The only other thing I have is LPC has been going. They hit on a couple of those big items about plan reviews, the four reviews, the change in subdivision plat approvals that would come to staff, things that way. Chief Parker hit upon URS retirement. It's coming mainly down public safety, which could have an impact budget wise that we're already discussing and could have a big impact on budget that way. So a lot of different things happening that way. So we'll keep you up to date. Jim and I are attending here, and I think Lena's joining also. So because those things happen. So that's all I have.
Questions for Brock? Matt, do you have anything?
Nope.
Council, anything pants on fire about?
No.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
I want to talk about this.